Will the meeting please come to order? Today is Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. This is the 12th meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Pastor Jay Voorhees of City Road Chapel, United Methodist Church in Madison. Pastor Voorhees is the guest of District 7 Council Member Emily Benedict.
Would you pray with me? Creator of us all, the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak, people of all colors and genders and identities and of all living things. We gather tonight to consider this place we call Nashville. This is a place that many of us, all of us in this room, call home. It's a place with many good things and many challenges as well. And this body that stands before me tonight has been charged with considering the needs of all people in this city and working to provide the opportunity for all to live life to the fullest and be free to be their complete selves and to pursue happiness, however that may come. And as this council carries out this sacred calling, please help us to listen. Help us to listen to everyone who calls this place home. Those in seats of power and those who are camped out in a tent by the river. Those who are rich and those who are poor. Those for whom life comes easy and those for whom life is a struggle. Help us to hear the voices of those who look, speak, and believe as we do, and to hear those whose beauty, language, and beliefs are different from ours. And more than anything, oh God, I ask that all of us acknowledge that the challenges we face transcend our political and philosophical ideologies and require that we acknowledge our common humanity, with all of us coming together to seek new answers and new ways of being. Help us to work together for the good of all people, in the belief that this city can be a place where people are more valued than dollars, where fear is not the driving force behind our decision-making, and where your vision of a beloved community can be made real rather than only a dream. Creator of us all, we need you. Speak to us, for your servants are listening. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Pastor Voorhees. Okay, council members, April is Earth Month. It's also Transit Month, so I hope members of this body will lead by example and share information and resources and personal and professional experiences with your constituents. You've been planting trees, you're doing spring cleanings, you're committing to take a break from mowing your yards, perhaps. We've got composting set up in our council and clerk's kitchens, as 1/3 of what Nashville sends to the landfill is food waste. And we'll have some tri-transit days coming soon. So today's tornado warnings remind us of the importance of public education about being weather aware and having a safe place and a plan and having a plan. And so we want to encourage all Nashvillians to sign up for severe weather alerts, please. Members will recall that I've sent you information about all the mobile home communities in your districts, so that we can continue working to make sure everyone living in vulnerable housing or without housing has a safe place to go in a storm. At our last meeting, we marked the anniversary of the gun violence tragedy at the Covenant School by resolution. And I want to thank the many members of council who joined with the mayor and me on March 27th in walking from City Hall up Dedrick Street to join with thousands more Nashvillians to link hands and call for gun sense. And so we cannot become inured to violence and the concerning proliferation and prevalence of guns in our city and state and nation. From our schools to Sunday brunch, in cars and in bars, in homes and in churches, there are likely more guns than people in the United States of America. Okay, with that, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the meeting of March 19th, 2024? Is there a second? Okay, motion properly seconded. So without objection, the minutes of the meeting of March 19th are adopted. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are now then into section E, elections and confirmations. Okay, and so with that, Chair Sepulveda, you are recognized for a report of the Rules Committee, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will be giving those that are approved first and then going back to the ones that are deferred.
Okay.
For Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, appointment of Mr. Harold Martin for a term expiring on February 12, 2028. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, appointment of Ms. Liz Riggs for a term expiring on February 16, 2028. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board, appointment of Melba Jackson for a term expiring on April 14, 2026. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board, appointment of Roger Farmer for a term expiring on April 14, 2026. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board, appointment of Alexa Colton for a term expiring on April 14, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board of John Green as an alternate for a term expiring on June 6, 2026 for the Equalization Board. Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Equalization Board, appointment of Michael Milliner as an alternate for term expiring on June 6, 2026. Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Metropolitan Action Commission, appointment of Jeffrey Sheehan for a term expiring on April 2nd, 2027. Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Metropolitan Action Commission, appointment of Justin Singleton for a term expiring on April 2nd, 2027. Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Social Services Commission, reappointment of William Harris for a term expiring on April 3rd, 2029. Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. With that, I would move for approval of all nominees listed.
Thank you. Colleagues, you've heard the report of Chair Sepulveda and her consolidated motion. Is there a second for that motion? Okay. Is there any discussion on that combined set of appointees and confirmations? Okay, seeing no discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Any noes, any abstentions? Okay. Bear with us, folks. We're going to finish this part of our agenda, and then we will recognize you all. Back to you, Ms. Sepulveda, for a report on the remaining appointments, please.
For the Arts Commission appointment of Atman Jakaran, we voted for a 1 meeting deferral. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment of Mr. Nathaniel McDowell, we voted for a 1 meeting deferral. And for Public Records Commission reappointment of Judge Steve Dozier for a term expiring on August 31st, 2027, we voted for a 1 meeting deferral. With that, I would move for a 1 meeting deferral of all listed.
Okay. Ms. Sepulveda, I understand we may have a withdrawal on item E1. Mr. Clerk, do you have such notice?
Yes, a notice of withdrawal was filed in my office this afternoon.
Ms. Sepulveda, could you now please kind of amend your motion, if you would move, you don't even have to move. If you would just withdraw, please, E1.
Can I move to withdraw E1?
Okay, withdrawn. Okay, and so your motion then is for a deferral of one meeting to April 16th for Mr. Nathaniel McDowell for the Pedestrian Advisory Commission and for Judge Steve Dozier for the Public Records Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on those two deferrals? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any noes, any abstentions? Okay, with that, I will now recognize everyone who has been confirmed this evening, asking that you please stand individually and remain standing as your name is called for a collective applause and thanks from the council. All right, to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, we have Mr. Harold Martin. Also to the BPAC, Ms. Liz Riggs. Okay, to the Equalization Board, we have Melba Jackson, Roger Farmer, Alexa Colton, Mr. John Green, Michael Milner. Okay, and to the Metropolitan Action Commission, we have Mr. Jeffrey Sheehan and Mr. Justin Singleton. And then to the Social Services Commission, we have Mr. William Harris. Congratulations to you all, and thank you so much for your willingness to serve. We appreciate you. All right, members, if we get back to our seats, we're now on agenda item E14. Regarding the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, we are taking, per my memo on March 20th and announced at the last meeting, we are taking nominations to fill a vacancy for a 3-year term expiring April 16th, 2027, with the election to be held today, April 16th. And so, I apologize. At the next meeting. So we're taking nominations today, and we will be voting at the meeting of April 16th. Thank you. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized for a nomination.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Mr. Kerry Rogers.
Okay. Councilwoman Benedict has nominated Mr. Kerry Rogers. Okay. Councilwoman Allen, you're recognized for a nomination.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate John Norris.
Okay. Ms. Allen has nominated Mr. John Norris. Is any other member seeking to nominate someone to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, have you made a note of those two nominations? Okay. If members would please be in touch with Mr. Clerk with contact information, email, and phone for your nominees. That will be helpful. Thank you. Okay, so to item E15 now, for the CATV, Cable Access TV Special Committee. This is nominations to fill 3 vacancies with terms expiring March 1st, 2027, with an election to be held at the April 16th, 2024 council meeting. Councilwoman Allen, you are recognized again.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'd like to nominate Jackie Shrego.
Okay. I think that would be, is that a reappointment or a yes, well, and I guess we are following a different process for this one, but I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Got it. Ms. Allen has nominated Ms. Jackie Schrago. This is 3 vacancies, colleagues. Is there anyone else seeking to nominate someone for a vacancy on the CATV Special Committee? Okay. Ms. Darby? Right. And I've just reminded members that we have 3 vacancies, so.
We don't get 3 nominations, then we'll have an election for 1, but we will have to continue to take.
May we take nominations outside of this meeting? Pardon? Oh, yeah. Ms. Darby?
There are 3 vacancies that need to be filled, so we'll need to continue to take nominations. I think that we could potentially take nominations at the next meeting. At some point, if the 60, I have to look to see if the 60-day time period has elapsed, if these are, if we're filling so if we're filling vacancies, if a 60-day time period elapses, then we may, those vacancies may turn over to the vice mayor if the appointing authority, being the council, does not fill them.
Okay. Duly noted. So if you all would please go online, read that memo, see what this CATV Special Committee is all about. Ms. Allen has elevated Ms. Jackie Schrago, who's previously served on that special committee. So maybe there are folks among those still serving who might wish to continue to serve as well. Okay. So Mr. Clerk, you have that nomination. And Ms. Allen, you will be in touch with Mr. Clerk with that contact information, which I guess he will already have. So, okay. All right, with that, we are moving into section F of our agenda. That's our public comment period. Okay. So, pursuant to Council Rule 28 and state law, public comment is limited to matters on the agenda. You may only speak about items that appear on the agenda, and you may only speak about the item for which you have signed up. Public comment sign up for council meetings ends at 6 p.m. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meeting, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. We had a little bit of a mishap with our sign up, so we may just briefly exceed those 20 minutes, depending on if everyone is here who has signed up. So we will dip into our wait list a little bit on the back side of this public comment. Okay. With that, first to speak on public comment and be recognized is Anna Clendenning. She is speaking on agenda item 53, resolution 2024-351. This is a resolution requesting certain departments of the Metropolitan government provide a comprehensive analysis of recommended changes to increase the safety, security, housing resources for the unhoused, and cleanliness of the properties surrounding the Cumberland River within the downtown interstate loop. Ms. Clendenning, you are recognized.
Thank you. My name is Anna Clendenning, and I'm here in support of the river resolution. I have lived in Nashville for almost 3 years, and within those 3 years, I have very rarely frequented Gay Street up until about a couple of weeks ago. As you may or may not know, and if you don't, you should, a 22-year-old college student from Missouri by the name of Riley Strain not only fell, but lost his life under the Jefferson Street Bridge. I know some of you are probably thinking, one kid fell, and that's really awful, but why are we spending so much time and energy on this? What I would like to ask you is, how do you think Riley's parents would feel if they heard you say that? How do you think they would respond? Furthermore, how would you feel if the city of Nashville dismissed your loved one falling to their death, an awful thing that didn't warrant a change in public safety? I spent 4 days climbing and combing every piece of trash up and down the riverbank, searching for any piece of evidence or for a body. And let me enlighten you on what is down there. Lime scooters, garbage cans, suitcases, shoes, shirts, blankets, unused care packages, rope systems, food wrappers, discarded makeup containers, stuffed animals, an ungodly amount of heroin needles, and most importantly, people. I understand homelessness and litter are a multifaceted and heavily layered problem, but they are in fact problems that this city does have. And also, on March 21st, while on my kayak, still in search for Riley and any evidence of him, I found an older homeless gentleman who had fallen from the top of Gay Street to a foot away from the water on the bank. He was simply saved by a single vine and a root that caught him by his hands. I can't imagine if he would have been found if volunteers weren't already looking for someone else who had fallen in the week before. He sustained multiple fractures in his arms, back, and throughout his body, but you wouldn't know. The riverbank is conveniently concealed by shrubbery and trees.
Thank you, Ms. Clendenning. Next, Barry Duprick, who is also speaking on agenda item 53 in support. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, all. I have coordinated the largest homeless camp cleanups in the city of Nashville, Tennessee. I have removed over 200,000 pounds of trash out of the riverway and out of homeless camps, including cars, RVs, trailers, burned out vehicles, and also many, many boats that have been dumped up and down the riverway. Time and time again, we hear the same excuse from city agencies stating that they are understaffed, that they do not have direction, and then they do not have resources to handle this issue. I have been in contact with several nonprofits and small businesses in Columbia, Tennessee, which is just south of the city, and they have been absolutely amazing by removing tons and tons of trash when I have scheduled these cleanups. There has been little to no accountability on who owns these properties, what is going on, and then the issues that arise with the homeless in these areas. The hazardous materials are there: drugs, guns, knives, weapons, bats, and such, most of which the homeless use to protect their space. That is also has been a larger issue for a long period of time. We're asking for help and support. We are doing a cleanup this Sunday on the riverbanks. We have connected with several small businesses, and we would be willing to, provide the support of trash and help move all this debris out of the way. We would need assistance. We would love to see you all there. We have not had any public assistance regarding local figures or anyone from the council willing to help out. If you would like to come out, we're meeting in front of Nissan Stadium on the water side at 10 a.m., on Sunday morning, and we were going to do about 3 to 4 loads of trash dumpster-wise. Hope to see you all there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Andrew Ostrowski is also speaking on agenda item 53 in support. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for having me. My name is Andrew Ostrowski. I'm in support of the River Resolution. I wanted to thank the council members that are in support of this as well, and for those through the past couple of weeks in light of everything that's happened, for those that have actually gone and gotten on the river to, help hopefully locate Riley, but also to see the devastation that has happened along the river as well. For those that are obviously living there, there is a significant amount of trash, but also the native vegetation that has been built up along the banks of the Cumberland River has been clear cut and has now been replaced by trash bags full of plastics, donated broken down tents, donated clothes, donated tarps, plastics, needles. We've even had trash bags full of fecal matter floating down the river that people are seeing as they're kayaking. One of the other things that we notice consistently happening along the Cumberland River is a lot of this trash is now being burnt. So we are engulfing plastics in the air that is flowing over into East Nashville, hitting kayakers, hitting fishermen, hitting the General Jackson. Who's responsible for this? Is it the homeless? Is it the nonprofits that are having never-ending donations of goods to these to the camps without the responsibility of cleaning them up? I'm not sure, but hopefully the council can come together to figure out something to put in place to either hold specific individuals or nonprofits accountable to what's happening along the banks of the Cumberland River? Or is it dumpster services that we can put out there on a regular basis so they can at least have the opportunity to clean up their camps and have a clean and safe place to live? Thank you all for your time, and hope that we can come to something soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is India Pungarcher. She's also speaking on agenda item number 53. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is India Pungarcher. I live in District 5, but I'm here tonight representing Open Table Nashville, an interfaith grassroots nonprofit that provides advocacy, education, and direct services for and with people experiencing homelessness here in Nashville. I understand from the committee that there's been a deferral, but I still wanted to express our organization's support for this resolution. We wholeheartedly support Metro implementing additional physical safety features, as well as efforts to keep the riverbank free of trash. However, it's important to remember that nothing happens in a vacuum in our city, and many of us are aware that there are multiple people experiencing homelessness who call this area on the Cumberland River home, despite its proximity to dangers like the river and the steep embankment. And what we want to see is that all of the folks living in this area are not forcibly removed to Old Tent City or any other encampment. So we're also here to express our support for what our understanding of the intent of this resolution is, a call to respond to this situation with a housing-focused interdepartmental approach to make sure that every person living in this area is connected with both a caseworker and a path to permanent housing. The realities are in Nashville that every single person experiences homelessness who's living outdoors is exposed to multiple forms of environmental danger daily. There's nowhere else for thousands of people to go. Our largest shelter provider, The Mission, is at or over capacity, sheltering 800 people each night. And in February, there was almost 4,000 people we've identified experiencing homelessness in our city. So until we have enough housing, folks have to exist somewhere, and we cannot continue to force people to move from one camp to another. It's traumatic when we're moving folks in this way, and it's irresponsible and an inefficient use of Metro resources. So we wanted to say that we appreciate the sustainable housing-focused approach that the language in this resolution calls for, and encourage you to vote in support of this resolution when the vote does come before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bungarcher. Next is Stephanie Hughes, also speaking on agenda item 53. Ms. Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you. I work for the nonprofit People Loving Nashville, and I've worked on the streets of the city for the last 6 years with people experiencing homelessness. At PLN, our largest Monday night street outreach has just recently moved to Gay Street, right along the riverfront, where several friends and neighbors are currently living. I am here today to speak in solidarity with this community and to request that if any fencing or enhanced safety measures are put in place along the riverfront, that our neighbors that are currently living there are not shuffled along to another location where they must start over from scratch. Our work in outreach requires us to stay in regular contact with our most vulnerable neighbors, to build those relationships, to work towards healing resources and housing connections. When people are forced to move along, this only continues to rip people away from those connections and community and ultimately hope. Being unable to locate a friend due to their camp being closed causes large gaps in time while vital resources slip through the cracks, either until they can be located again or get in touch with us again. For example, last summer, I had an elderly friend who was passed over for housing due to downtown outreach, or a downtown church clearing out a small group of people from sleeping on their steps at night. Unable to locate her after the camp sweep, the housing complex had to move to the next applicant, and I was never able to find her again. I have also seen the opposite effect of this, where a compassionate TDOT worker allowed our elderly friend, who was 73 years old, living under a bridge. He allowed her to stay there until we were able to secure permanent housing, and she is thriving today in her own apartment. If she hadn't been moved along, who knows where she would have been today. These fellow humans deserve real protection and opportunities from the city that seems to keep its most vulnerable citizens hidden away. Closing encampments and pushing people out is no answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Next is Amy Clune, speaking on agenda item 53. Amy, Ms. Clune. Okay. Next is Mr. Albert Bender. Mr. Bender, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. And I'll start my short 2-minute tirade with words from a figure in history, the Shawnee War Chief Tecumseh, and I quote, he said early on in his career that, and I quote, "My memory is long and my anger is bitter." And what I am angry about tonight is that in terms of, well, first off, I'm the chairperson of the Indigenous Peoples Coalition, and we have been trying for some time now to get an indigenous park as part of the projects on the East Bank. But no way have we been even remotely successful. We've been in contact with Council Member Cuban. We've had a meeting with him. We've met with Mendes, but we've just gotten nowhere. And we've tried and tried over the years on other projects in which we've gotten nowhere. And it just leads me to the conclusion that I have to be very denunciatory of the entire council and the entire process and the entire system. Ordinance 258 has nothing in it dealing with an indigenous park. We received an email from Councilmember Cuban in response to our inquiry, could acreage be added to the 30 acres that's currently being considered as a first part of the development of the East Bank. But no so. I just want to say that this will result in egg on the face of this body, and it won't just be an egg, it'll be an omelet.
Your time has expired. Thank you, sir. Okay, next is Angela Stansberry, speaking on agenda item 98, which I should have read into the record here prior to Mr. Bender speaking, but this is an ordinance declaring surplus certain real property and authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a master development agreement and ground lease agreements related hereto, an amendment and restated site coordination agreement, a campus operations and use agreement, a declaration and other documents and agreements relating to the development of a portion of the East Bank Stadium campus. And so Ms. Stansberry is here to speak on that agenda item. Go ahead, Ms. Stansberry.
Thank you. I'm here to call out the blatant hypocrisy on display here, which is especially egregious in light of the East Bank ordinance under discussion. As the council is aware, many of us have been repeatedly told that we will not be addressing international issues in this committee as a matter of process. And this has been used as a justification for why we cannot even bring a ceasefire resolution to the agenda for a vote. But after going through this exhibit showing the East Bank plans, buried into 431 pages, I see here in section 1419 on page 411 that does delve into international territory. In fact, it mentions Israel 20 times. But what I cannot seem to find is one mention of the Native American bones and artifacts which have been unearthed, nor is there any mention of anything regarding a recognition of the sacred nature of these grounds. Councilmember Cupin, on your Twitter or X page on February 9th, you actually documented a meeting with Mr. Albert Bender of the Indigenous Peoples Coalition, during which you feigned regard for the Native American history that was destroyed in order to make way for this latest capitalistic enterprise. After speaking to Mr. Bender, I learned that not only did you make disingenuous assurances that they were listened to and that their concerns were validated, but you also slipped in this anti-BDS legislation. So I'm confused. We can address international issues, or is it only when it benefits you and fits the narrative that you want? This anti-BDS legislation in the West Bank is unconstitutional. We have a free exercise clause which allow we the people to act on the dictates of our conscience and our personally held principles of morality and justice. We should not be forced into accepting and funding a genocide as a condition of conducting business in this state. Also embedded is the establishment clause, which bars the government from taking sides in religious disputes, or favoring or disfavoring anyone based on religion. Whether it's the East Bank of Tennessee or the West Bank of Palestine, you will continue to build your Anglo-Saxon empire on the broken bodies of brown and black people while you smile in our face and tell us you're a friend. This body is performative and fits the status quo, not the interests of the people. Thank you.
Time's done. Mr. Deluvio Palacio is speaking on agenda item 98, resolution 2024-258, also about the East Bank Stadium campus. Mr. Palacio.
All right, 1 second. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Deluvio Palazzolo. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a trauma and decolonization psychologist. We live on the lands of the Yuchi, Shawnee, and East Cherokee, and I'm here speaking against Bill 258, which I find to be dishonorable, hypocritical, and disingenuous. As a firm believer in the return and stewardship of all land to be executed by those indigenous to Turtle Island, 258 disturbs me greatly, as it does nothing for indigenous sovereignty and everything for the continued genocide and colonization of indigenous people. There are countless issues of genuine concern to address that would actually benefit our community. Yet entities, including the Nashville and Davidson County Metro government, feel entitled to destroy the rich, sacred, and irreplaceable history of this land. Discussions under false promise to honor and recognize the indigenous people of Nashville have been had for months, yet there is no mention of them. Developments are already being made. Bulldozers crush bodies and machines obliterate ancestry. Those who have survived generations of oppression are forced to watch while their families and concerns are erased. To add insult, while completely leaving out indigenous voices, 258 contains sections that condemn a peaceful and protected form of protest born out of indigenous resilience and self-determination. Sections directly relating to a topic that an abhorrent number of this council have been either silent or dismissive about for sake of not involving Nashville in global politics. Our entire community is now directly implicated in global matters, as you are meant to represent us by prohibiting any tenant of the proposed campus be involved in boycotting Israel. And to what end? 258 proliferates systemic violence against several indigenous communities and discriminates against a valid form of resistance to oppression. Now, the counter to oppression is liberation, and liberation is seized instead of given. Hear this demand: return the land and permanent ceasefire now, from East to West Bank, Nashville to Gaza, Turtle Island to Palestine.
Mr. A.B. Badron, speaking on agenda item 98.
You said it right the first time. It's also Arab American Heritage Month, by the way. I'm here to speak out against the ordinance. As a young Palestinian who grew up here in Tennessee, I learned that the Trail of Tears and the Nakba, I learned about the Trail of Tears and the Nakba roughly around the same time. And even as a child, I could see that the parallels of our people's struggles were uncanny. At this point in time, a memorial is the very least that could be done. And the fact that an anti-BDS legislation statement is now required on every contract by the legislator is unconstitutional on a multitude of levels. So, way to add insult to injury, I am solely addressing you now, Coopin. Stop talking about wanting to build bridges when you and your Zionist cohort keep burning those bridges down.
Ma'am. You need to be speaking to the bill,
I am speaking about the bill.
Okay.
He is directly involved with this bill.
Can address the body generally, please.
You do not stand for indigenous rights. So you better count your blessings. I am not in your district. All I know is that I am sick and tired of being ignored. The indigenous people are sick and tired of being ignored. And God, I'm so tired of being here. No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, moving on to Mr. Ethan Link, please, sir. Speaking on agenda item 98, resolution 258. You're recognized, Mr. Link.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Ethan Link. I live in Council District 7, and I'm here tonight as Vice President of Liuna Local 386, representing our hardworking men and women here in Nashville, like Joseph Kenyawa, Robert Hicks, and Sidney Jenkins, who some of you met at Councilman Coopin's public hearing. They're home tonight, safe from the threat of inclement weather, but we've been coming to this body for nearly 20 years, warning against the rising threats to workers as low-road anti-union contractors have eroded the working conditions in the city. We've spoken out against subcontractors that steal wages without penalty. We've seen a lack of health care, underreported injuries, and yes, even deaths on these job sites. Yet the same good old boy contractors were rewarded for cutting corners for profits. Thankfully, the majority of this body have pledged support for rebuilding this city's infrastructure with local workers under the dignity of fair contracts, and we're honored for your commitments. Before you tonight is more than a lease for land. It's an opportunity to set a new standard for worker safety and respect. Under the MOU negotiated between Fallon Company and Lyouna Local 386, high road contractors with good safety standards and strong apprenticeships will finally get credit for what they do right. And corner-cutting, low-road contractors will have nowhere to hide. We are especially proud that the MC3 program is specified in the MOU because it is the best road for our newest brothers and sisters to escape poverty. And we're equally proud that the enforcement of fair pay and safety standards will be in all languages represented on the site because dignity and safe and fair work shouldn't be a privilege. From the beginning, Fallon has shared our values because they've seen our work before. Now begins a years-long partnership that should set a new standard for development in Nashville. It is our hope that this partnership will make this project an example, not an outlier. We ask for your support of BL 258 and a brighter future for laborers in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Link. And lastly, Ms. Grace Madsen on agenda item 98.
Hi, I'm Grace Gatson, and I'm here to speak in solidarity with Albert Bender and his people, my people. I have a small quantum of Cherokee, and my question is, how can we communicate in such a way that will allow you to recognize the legitimacy of hearing and acknowledging the humanity of a bewildered people in our Western ideology that we're trained and taught in, and the codified credo of possession is 9/10 of the law. The question is that still valid today, now that we know the truth of how this nation was formed and where the people who had the stewardship and livelihoods taken away by force? The issue is they're still here. With this East Bank development, with the anchoring of a football stadium, there's an opportunity to begin to heal. And that's by listening. I praise the comments of Reverend Voorhees at the beginning of this session about listening. Thank you for that. The people mentioned as being bewildered may have returned or have never left Tennessee and this region are the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Muskogee, Shawnee, Yuchi, Natchez, and many others. They did not choose to leave this beautiful land. Why would they? We know how. They must be acknowledged in their beautiful land. And there's an opportunity with this East Bank development. Metro has donated land to various entities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Help them work with it.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. So next we are moving on to section G on our agenda, rules of procedure for the council. So we have 4 proposed changes to council's rules of procedures. And members can find these, of course, on Legistar, but also in a specific packet on your desk. We will advance these proposed changes as we do legislation. So I will first call on the primary sponsor for a committee report from Ms. Sepulveda, and then a motion. Okay, first, agenda item G1 is an amendment, proposed amendment to Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. This is
Just ask for your committee report. Yep. Ms. Sepulveda, go ahead, please, ma'am.
Rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a brief explanation and a motion.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval. This amendment basically changes the name of our committee from Public Facilities, Arts and Culture to Arts, Parks and Libraries and Entertainment, APPLE. That's the acronym. And the committee as a whole, we talked about it, we voted on it, and this is the name that we would like to have now. So we'd like to ask for all of your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a motion to approve this change to the rule of procedure. Do I hear a second? Okay, is there any discussion on this change to the name of the standing committee? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. I wanted to share with members that for all of these rules passing this evening, that by another rule, these will not take effect for another 30 days. So they will not be in effect at our next meeting. Okay. Next on our agenda is G2. This is a proposed amendment to Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized on your proposal and both for your committee report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I'll move for approval with the comment.
Is there a second on Ms. Sepulveda's? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sepulveda.
Thank you. Colleagues, this rules change basically moves the confirmation vote by 2 weeks. So someone will come before the Rules Committee. We will have questions. We would go over their resume, and then we would vote on a recommendation. Then at the next meeting, they would come, their vote would be on our agenda. This was brought forth from the special call meetings that we had in Rules Committee, suggested by members who attended, to give everyone ample time to go back, watch the committee meeting, see if there were any concerns, bring that to the council floor, or ideally take that to the administrations, voice any concerns, have anything done about it, potentially withdrawn as well. This is done so everyone has the opportunity to go back and watch. It's also done in a way where we don't, have people embarrassed. In the last term, even in this term, we have had many instances where people have not been given a recommendation that's favorable. We've also had people that have been given a favorable recommendation, and people have come up to me and said, well, if I would have known that, I wouldn't have voted for them. This is to create transparency. I know that there were concerns about people not being recognized after they got approved. I think there are other ways to do that. We could have a special day where they come and take a picture with the mayor. We could send them certificates, as a council member has suggested earlier today. We cannot afford to continue to do things the way we have always done them. I think that has led us to a situation where our boards and commissions don't look and reflect the city that we currently live in. That has also caused us to have several problems in our current boards and commissions that we are seeing in the news today. So I ask all of you all to support this rules change. I cannot stress that we cannot afford to continue to do things the same way. They are not working.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. You've heard the explanation of Ms. Sepulveda, and now for discussion. Ms. Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to ask the administration table a question insofar as their take on this. and their perspective, if y'all don't mind.
That's fine. Mr. Rosenberg, you are recognized for the administration. Ms. Weiner is just wondering what the administration's take is on this proposal.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Council Member. The administration has an overarching concern regarding the barriers to participation in government. But I want to start as a former member of this body and the resident rules geek for 8 years and say that it's generally a bad idea to create a rule that ties your own hands. As it stands today, you all have the option of either deferring a nominee or sending them through for approval that night. Any nominee can be deferred that you choose, or you can welcome these folks onto the board. Under this rule, you lose that option. You're going to have to, in effect, defer every board and commission nominee. And under this proposal, you will be treating volunteers with more suspicion than you do the legislation that you pass. And what I mean by that is tonight you're going to vote on a series of resolutions that just went through committee. You didn't have the chance to sit and watch those committee meetings and see what the discussion was around those resolutions. We're going to pass them and look a lot at the committee recommendations. Also, tonight, I would say that we saw the rules as they stand work. You had an appointee in the Rules Committee who council members had concerns about. They wanted to learn more about him, and they voted unanimously to defer him. And until the withdrawal was announced, you were ready to unanimously take that recommendation and defer that nominee. It showed that this works. You have the nominees a couple weeks in advance of the meeting. You receive their questionnaires on the same day you get the agendas with that same legislation. And so I think voting for this rules change just limits you. And the impact of that is a lot better than not being able to celebrate and congratulate the board and commission nominees. We're creating additional barriers to citizens participating in the government. We have 636 seats to fill on 70 boards and commissions, and we need to find folks who are qualified, who meet the restrictions for the seats they're seeking, who are Davidson County residents, who are able to take off work for a volunteer gig, and who are willing to go through the appointment process here. And the council should share its concerns and ask its questions and vet those nominees, but we don't need to add hurdles. The harder we make it, the harder it will be to get nominees of the quality we all expect. And that's bad for everyone. I urge you to keep your options open to get qualified people, including your own constituents, onto boards and commissions rather than locking yourself into deferrals that wouldn't have the support of the majority of the body. And I urge you to vote against this well-intentioned rule change. And I would say to read Director Hall's letter on your desks if you haven't already, because nobody knows our boards and commissions better. Appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Weiner, your time has expired, and so I will now recognize Mr. Nash. Mr. Nash, you're recognized, sir.
Everything Dave Rosenberg just said.
Okay, Ms. Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As stewards of our community's trust, the Metro Council, recognizes that the profound responsibility entrusted upon us in this appointment process. Our deliberations transcend more than just bureaucratic tasks. They symbolize the aspirations and integrity of our collective vision to have boards and commissions that reflect our city, which they don't today. A fortnight span ensures that each council member has necessary time to contemplate and discern the merit and suitability of each appointment. This grace period affords us the opportunity to delve deeply into qualifications, character, and compatibility of those who seek to serve, fostering a judicious and discerning selection process that resonates with the gravity of our responsibilities. Moreover, this serves as a testament to the transparency and diligence with which we discharge our duties. By granting this window, we uphold the principles of accountability and accessibility, inviting the public to witness and participate in this process, thus reinforcing trust and legitimacy between those that are governed and those who govern. And so the 2-week interval is an affirmation of our commitment to excellence, equity, and efficiency, efficacy in governance. It stands as a testament to our reverence for due process, our dedication to informed decision-making, and our unwavering allegiance to the constituents that we are honored to represent.
Thank you, Ms. Foe. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm standing in support of this rule change, and the reason why is for 4 years, for 4.5 years now, the process has been, we get the information, as Mr. Rosenberg pointed out, we get the information and then we have 2 weeks to vet it. And no matter how many phone calls I make, I'm getting one side, and it's only what I'm getting. It's not what the entire Rules Committee gets. And we have a lot of smart minds in the Rules Committee asking a lot of smart questions. And so I'm not always able to attend that due to other committees that we have going on at that time. I would love the opportunity to watch that dialogue in advance of the vote. There's many times that I have voted for someone without having had the luxury, which it shouldn't be a luxury, without the necessity of seeing answers to those questions from the Rules Committee. And so to me, that alone is reason to do this. I also do think that it's crucial, as has been previously said, that we have the best people on these boards and committees, and they are diverse from all areas of the city. And I think this gives us the opportunity to ensure that that's happening, so that these folks make a lot of decisions on our behalf, and we need to make sure that they are the best. So with that, again, I am supportive of this, and I hope that you are as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Councilman Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question for Director Darby, if I may. Just to make sure, I think I know the answer to this, but the 60-day shot clock, that is for the nomination. That's not for confirmation. So we're not, if we're, excuse me, adding 2 weeks to the process, we're not interfering with the 60 days, or is that for confirmation?
Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
It's for both. There's a 60-day holdover period for boards and commissions. And then once the appointment letter is delivered to the clerk's office and the council, then we have 60 days within which to approve the nominee or take action.
And what is that period typically when the letter is delivered to when these folks under the current system appear before rules and then head to the council meeting a few minutes later?
Usually the appointment letter is delivered to the clerk's office 2 weeks before the meeting. So 2 weeks ago, all of the appointees' letters would have been delivered unless there's a deferral or something that's already happened.
So we would not be kind of bumping up against that 60-day confirmation within typical circumstances by having this 2-week waiting period. Is that reasonable to conclude there?
It would not be, and you would not automatically bump up against it, but you would be taking time, and you would be utilizing 2 weeks of that 60-day period.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't overly constraining ourselves here. And I think I'm hearing that we're not, that the 2 weeks, there's kind of time for that to be inserted into the process under the existing rules. So thank you. Also, a point that was brought up is the timing of the Rules Committee. You know, we often have other committees happening at the same time. That room is often jam-packed with folks. And it's very difficult for us to, sometimes there's been something very controversial and everybody's kind of chatting about it in the hallway. And I didn't hear it. I haven't had time to review it. So I would love the opportunity to review more of those meetings that I'm not able to go sit in. I'm going to try to hurry because my time's running out here. I can't read my own handwriting. So I appreciate everyone who's willing to serve on these boards and commissions. These are generally multi-year commitments from people. So I don't think that 2 weeks is an unreasonable ask for the vetting process to include. Lastly, well, that's it. I have a hard time with my own handwriting. So folks, I'm going to vote in support of this rule change. For the reasons I listed, I think it's a reasonable addition to the process. These are multi-year terms, and I think we need time to review those rule committee interviews. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. With a reminder to everyone that penmanship is important. Okay. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this rule change, and thank you. I'm glad that we were able to hear from the administration. Appreciate them weighing in, but I do agree with some of the concerns that Councilwoman Sepulveda stated. You know, when I'm able, I sit in on rules, or I was able to sit in today, and I was able to kind of witness that conversation. It does become sometimes a little uncomfortable when having to vote down a nominee because of something that's transpiring. We do get the information in advance. I think many times we do try to vet what's there, but nothing replaces the in-person, listening to a person answer questions, listening to how knowledgeable a person is on the subject matter of the board. And I think that this does give us the opportunity to actually vet the individual as opposed to just rubber stamping. I think that is something that we've been accused of in the past and been criticized of in the past. And our body, between the changes that we previously made last term to boards and commissions and the rules changes that we're looking at now, like we are trying to be way more intentional about making sure that we have that we're properly vetting the people. And we appreciate the work that's done. I think Kathy Buggs does a great job doing the best that she can to vet people, but sometimes things do come up. So we just have to make sure that we have those checks and balances. This gives us opportunity. We can do it in a timely way without running into that 60 days. So I do think that it's important that we just kind of have that opportunity. Council members can go back and watch the rules committee. I think it was brought up that people may not actually do that. Well, if there's someone that was a concern, people will. If you start seeing, if you start getting emails, if you see on social media, if you hear other council members say there was a concern about somebody in rules, then you're going to go back. Hopefully you would go back and do your due diligence and watch that meeting so that you can vote with the most information. But it's impossible to do when that meeting bumps up into the announcement period. So I stand in support of it, and I ask my colleagues to support as well.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Calling the question.
Okay. The question has been called. Okay, this is a non-debatable motion. And let's see. We haven't done one of these in a while. Let's see. So we have to have 2/3 of those voting. Okay. Do we have to go on the board for this? We're just gonna. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So it does require 2/3, which sometimes is hard to deduce as a body, but we'll just go ahead. And so, so this is a non-debatable motion. Mr. Huffman has called the previous question. And so who is in favor then of the previous question? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, so we will have to go on the board, which maybe you should have done first, but it's always worth trying. Okay, Mr. Clerk. So calling the previous question ends debate on this matter. And so if you are in favor of calling the previous question, you want to end debate. If you are voting no, you want the debate to continue. With that, Mr. Clerk, please open the machines. How many do we have here? Okay. All the votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay. The motion fails, and so debate continues. Ms. Stiles, you are next in the queue on this matter. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Today was a fantastic example in rules of why this amendment makes sense. A nominee to the Metro Arts Commission, which as we all know, Metro Arts is in extreme turmoil right now, came in, knew nothing about what's happening right now, referenced a meeting he watched from 2 months ago, which was actually 3 weeks ago, and then said, yeah, I get it. I know something's going on. That's exactly what we don't need on boards and commissions. And so if we can get 2 weeks to find out if people know why they want to serve on a board and commission. Do they have a background to serve on a board and commission? This should make people, our constituents, say that Metro Council is doing their due diligence to make sure that we have good people serving on boards and commissions. It shouldn't be a deterrent because we've been phoning it in for quite some time. As Councilmember Sepulveda said, this is a cleanup measure so we can start doing things decently and in order. And the next time someone says that they want to serve on any board or commission, we can ask them questions beyond, do you live in Davidson County? And ask them, what is your background? Why are you passionate about this? And here's something that's actually relevant and not just my friend told me I should sign up for this. So I hope that you will support this amendment. This actually makes us look good and not lazy. And we've been lazy. Let's not do that anymore. Thank you.
Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this rule change. I believe it's incumbent on the council that we also do our due diligence. We don't have any contact with these nominees and appointees prior to their appearance at rules. Yes, we do receive a questionnaire, we receive their resume, but we don't actually reach out, and I don't think anybody wants 40 people reaching out to the appointees and nominees. Our first time to ask them questions about why they're interested, what's their background, is when they show up at rules. As opposed to legislation that we get in advance, I'm pretty sure I speak for the entire council when I say I don't wait till the day of council to prepare, so I can read the legislation, I can reach out to the council office, I can reach out to the mayor's office, departments, I read the legislation to see if I need to submit an amendment. You can prepare in advance for the legislation that's going to be on the agenda at the following council meeting. You cannot prepare for the candidates that are going to appear before the Rules Committee because there's no contact with it. And I'd also say that I don't think that it's a barrier to ask people to come to appear more than once. I believe we discussed in rules that they actually don't have to appear a second time, but I would question someone who can't appear downtown twice, whether or not they could actually attend the boards and commission meetings over the several years that these terms last. Some of these terms are for 6 years, so that's a significant time commitment. So I would think that, having to come downtown to go through a process to allow the council to do its due diligence and do our jobs as the elected officials who are appointing and confirming these folks, that it wouldn't be a disadvantage for anyone to have to come downtown and go through our process. The 2 weeks is not causing a grand upheaval of the process. It's just allowing us to do our due diligence, which is our duty as council members. So I urge my colleagues to vote in support.
Thank you, Ms. Toombs. Councilwoman Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also rise in support of this rules change. Kind of everything opposite of what my old buddy Dave Rosenberg said about this. I don't believe that this is a hurdle at all. I think this is simply a change in process. There is 60 days between a nomination and the vote for a reason to actually give us this time to do our due diligence. What we get in advance about these nominees, the questionnaires, isn't really that helpful in terms of knowing how that person is going to actually deal on a board and commission and how they're going to deal with the things that come before that commission. Not only was tonight an indication of that, which I didn't hear until as the vote was happening, I heard that this had happened in rules. But we had someone before about finding out that they had a feeling about providing insurance to same-sex couples that they did not support, or something that we found out also in the Rules Committee. So we find out more about the thought processes of these nominees and rules. And I would prefer to be able to watch the Rules Committee. I can't do it many times on council nights. I would like to watch it and hear it for myself, what these nominees say. So I'd like to reflect what my colleague, Council Member Toombs said. This is just simply giving us a chance to reflect on these people and actually do a little bit of a deeper dive and make a vote that's actually informed as opposed to feeling rushed. And I think ultimately we're going to find that our boards and commissions are going to function better. So I urge my colleagues to support this rules change.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Welsh. Ms. Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm also in support, and I'm not calling the question like some of you may have suspected, but ultimately, when you look at the makeup of the Rules Committee, there's a lot of trust, I think, placed in the members of the Rules Committee to ask very important questions, I think, around kind of not only the proposed candidates' background, but also, what is their mechanism and passion for serving, and how will they navigate really important decisions and sometimes controversies that arise, as we have seen in some of those boards and commissions. And ultimately, we got a letter from Director Hall that I think brought up some good questions or comments kind of around her perspective around boards and commissions. And of course, our administration representative also referenced her knowledge of boards and commissions. And I'd really like to get more insight from her, in particular to the issues that she is seeing outside of this process. Because when you think about some of the commissions, we're appointing people that have hire and fire capabilities. And, some of the folks that we have appointed to these very powerful commissions, I bet if I went back and rewatched commission meetings or committee meetings from last term, I probably would have regretted some of my choices, based on, some of the outcomes that we have seen over the last, 4 or 5 years. So I think this is a great addition to allow us more opportunity to vet candidates and also provide us with an avenue to reinforce that we also can make submissions to the mayor's office for consideration. We can be recruiting. We should be a recruiting arm for boards and commissions as we are asking these questions, and also can fundamentally ask the question about, when was the last time you watched a board or commission meeting? What is your perspective about the issues that they're addressing? Those kinds of things that get into a little bit more detail that we can't garner from a questionnaire. And I know that, some of you are not going to, you're basically putting a lot of trust into the small number of people that are on rules to make a recommendation. And I think that you all should have your opinions considered related to the appointment process.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding this rule change, and I appreciate the idea that it could help with getting more diversity on our boards, because I agree we do need more diversity on our boards that reflects our city. I have to say, though, I'm struggling with how this rule change will help address getting more diversity on our boards. As someone who served on the NECAP board and the Metro Beautification Board before being elected to this body, I can say that this process has really been improved since then, because back 15 years ago when I was on those boards, the process was nothing like it is now, where we really have good astute questions during the Rules Committee. It was basically, do you live in Davidson County? Are you willing to serve? And I did serve in those capacities, and it helped groom me for what I'm doing today. So what I'm concerned about is, and maybe the sponsor or administration or somebody can speak to this, how will this rule change help get more diversity on the boards? I'm concerned that it's going to do the opposite, that it's going to drive more minorities away from doing it because of the perception or stringency of the process when people are volunteering to serve. I think we already have a mechanism to vote down nominees. I think a better solution would be what Councilmember Evans stated, having council members more involved in making nominations to the mayor's office for board appointments. So I guess I do have a question as to, and I'm not sure who can answer it, what is the thinking behind how this rule change will help with adding more diversity to our boards?
Ms. Gamble, you can kind of speak that question into the room. And so if the sponsor is recognized again, she can choose to address that among many of the other questions that will be elevated, unless you specifically want to address the question to the administration.
Well, I think it was the sponsor who mentioned that. So if the sponsor would like to answer, or she would like to,
she will be
refer to
recognized
it.
again, as it so happens. She is next in the queue.
Thank
so let's see. That said, okay, Ms. Sepulveda, go ahead. You're recognized. I'm clicking the wrong places. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for the discussion. I think highlighting the lack of diversity on boards and commissions was an argument that I made earlier, right, with the problems that we have seen throughout on these boards and commissions. Throughout my previous term, I created a list of people to recommend that were Latinx to the administration, and several of them got appointed to those boards and commissions. This is a discussion we've had in the minority caucus and the immigrant caucus to come up with a list to send to the administration and the vice mayor so they could take them into consideration. A number of people that I have recommended already to the current administration and the vice mayor have already been considered, right? This gives us ample opportunity to also participate, right? Ms. Buggs is the only one in her office currently doing this work. I think it is important for us to also participate in this way. We have the ability to recommend people. We are talking about 2 weeks. That's all we're talking about. 2 weeks, pretty much. You have 60 days to approve someone. This is not a hurdle on the people coming before us. This is a hurdle for the administration. And we should be partners in this new process with the administration and make sure that we recommend people. I find it very troubling that a director of a department who does not oversee boards and commissions to send a letter to us the day of, I got a call, an hour later, this paper was on my desk. Not once was I told they have concerns. We had 2 special called rules committee meetings. I put it on Council Connect. Not once was I told we have concerns about this. And I think that says a lot, right? We have to do better. This is a way to do better. This is not status quo. We are done with status quo. We are done with the old way of doing council. We need to do better. We need to do better for our citizens. We need to do better for the people on these boards and commissions that are currently serving. These are volunteer positions, and these people are taking the time to come to us, answer questions, and we need to be respectful of their time and not just rubber stamp these people. We need to prepare them in every way, shape, and form that we can to make sure that we give them the proper tools to do the best job possible for our Metro employees, for our Metro departments, and for the people of Nashville. So I would ask you all to please support this rules change.
Ms. Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First glance, when I read this, I supported it. I thought it was great. And then I started asking questions that I probably should have asked before. What it comes down to for me is I don't like change for the sake of change. I don't know that that really gets us anywhere. I want to know what's broken and what are we fixing. And one of the things that I spoke with the sponsor about was the fact that when we're in committee, oftentimes, more often than not, the Rules Committee is rushed. It is rushed. We have people that are running from one committee to another committee. And yes, we have ample time. We get the questionnaires, we get resumes, we have opportunity to sit and sift through them. Over the years, we have seen a lot of good people come through. We've seen some good people come through that didn't pass our test, and they were rejected. What we've also seen, though, is the opportunity from when we get that data to sit through it before the meetings. What we're not addressing here, I think, speaks to a little bit bigger problem that we might want to talk about, and I'll leave that up to the sponsor. But the theme that I keep hearing is we've got a problem in the amount of time to do this in. We also have a problem in the location that we're trying to do it in. So maybe we need to look at how's the Rules Committee is actually functioning? Where is it functioning? What time is it functioning? And how do we maximize the committee's opportunity to really dig into the questions that they're wanting to ask and really have an opportunity to address the things that this very important committee needs to address. So I wanted to throw that out there. I'm still going back and forth. I may say no just because I'd like us to sit down and take maybe a deeper dive into this and come up with something that's comprehensive. Because no, it doesn't always work. And sometimes, yeah, it's broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I like this legislation. I think it helps us in a few ways, and I'll be brief. Time and time again, people are asked to be appointed to a role, and they have a different conversation with the administration. And when I say administration, I don't want to. I'm not pointing at the current administration. I've had a chance to serve under 2 different administrations thus far, And I've seen this with another administration when my wife was appointed to a board. And people are told it's a simple process. You just got to go down there, have a conversation. They're going to come out, we're going to vote, we're going to shake your hand, and you're good to go. And then sometimes that doesn't happen. You're not good to go. And it's not a simple process. And then we leave that constituent, that person that's willing to serve with a bad taste in their mouth. And so this will give us time to vet the process, vet the individual, and give them an opportunity to think even more if this is the best way for them to serve. So colleagues, please join me in supporting this legislation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Rutherford, you are last in the queue, sir. You're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, well, you're last in the queue, so. Okay. There is a motion to approve this. It was properly seconded. There is no one else seeking to be recognized for discussion. And so recognizing that there will probably be no votes on this, I'm just going to go ahead and call for this to be a machine vote. So, Mr. Clerk, would you please open the machine? This is on rule number 23. Okay, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please close the machine and show the vote. Okay, this motion passes, and so this rule will be implemented within effective the next 30 days, once 30 days has passed. Okay. Next on the agenda is G3. This is regarding Rule 28. It's a proposed amendment to Rule 28 regarding the rules of procedure of the council and the public addressing the council. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized to request your committee report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on a 2 meeting deferrals.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. With that, it's back to you, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for a 2-meeting deferral with a brief explanation.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Colleagues, we, as you all know, we have this public comment period at the beginning of our council meetings, and we didn't have this before, I believe it was 2017. In 2017, when Jacquees Clemens was murdered, a group of individuals came to the council. They wanted to be heard by the council members, and there was not an opportunity for them to do so. The council meeting had to be stopped at that time, and then Vice Mayor Briley stopped the council meeting. There was some conversation. What resulted in that was the ability for people to come and address the council about their concerns. So previously, people were able to speak on anything that was not on the council agenda. People used that opportunity to speak before the council. When state law just changed, we flipped it so that people had to speak on something that was on the agenda. What has resulted is we do have constituents that feel like this is a barrier. People aren't able to speak on what they want to speak on. So this is an attempt to remove the barrier. I did ask for a 2-meeting deferral because in the Rules Committee, there was a very robust conversation about this, and there were some suggestions on how this could potentially be improved. So I wanted to give a little explanation. I want to invite people to go back and watch that conversation in the Rules Committee. And if you have any improvements to this, I would ask that you send it to Director Darby over this 4-week span or so before we take this back up in 2 weeks. If we vote on that deferral today, so that when we come back, we will be ready to vote on the strongest version of this. So with that, I ask that we support a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, there is a motion to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Is there anyone seeking to discuss the 2-meeting deferral? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the deferred 2 meetings. That'll be to the meeting of May 7th. Okay. Last in our rules of procedure, item G4, addressing Rule 50. This is a proposed amendment to Rule 50 regarding, again, elections to boards and commissions. Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized for a committee report and an explanation, please, of this rule change. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I would move for approval with a brief explanation.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead.
Colleagues, this is very similar to what we voted on for Rule 23. This is just for nominees themselves. So we have 2 different ways of appointing, right? The administration, Vice Mayor will appoint someone and they'll come before us, but we also have nominees. So this is keeping in uniformity as well for the people that are nominated. And with that, I would ask for approval.
Okay, let's see. Is there any discussion on item G4? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any okay. Let's then please go on the board, Mr. Clerk. Ms. Suara, would you please make a vote? All votes are in. Please close the machine and show the vote. Okay, this motion for this rule passes. 31 in favor, 7 against, 1 abstaining. Okay. Okay, thank you, members. We'll take up the rules again on May 7th regarding Rule 28. Okay, now we are moving into resolution, singular, on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are available at public hearings. And to that end, we have Ms. Obanda de Ruiz with us. Could you please share how you can help folks here? Thank you. You're recognized.
Buenas noches. Voy a ser la intérprete para la sesión de esta noche. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, the first and only resolution on public hearing is RS 2024-330. Sponsor Cash is a resolution exempting Jashan, located at 2100 21st Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090.e of the Metropolitan Code. Mr. Cash, you are recognized, sir. Oops, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Help me remember, committee reports, then open public hearing, or the opposite?
Well, I think, we have a report from GovOps,
Yep.
Mr. Bradford, so go ahead, please, sir. We'll do that, and then we'll open the public hearing afterward.
Committee reports, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradford.
Government Ops heard this, and we approved it 8 in favor, 0 voting against, and 0 non-voting.
Okay, it's back to you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you. I request to open the public hearing.
Okay, all right. So I declare the public hearing open. Will all those present in favor of this resolution please raise their hands? Okay. Will all those in opposition to the bill please raise their hands? Okay, seeing no one in opposition, do those in favor wish to speak? I see folks nodding their head no. Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you. Move approval.
Okay, Mr. Cash has moved approval. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this resolution passes. Okay. Okay, next we have bills on public hearing, our zoning legislation. Okay, agenda item 2, BL 2023-116. Sponsor Benton is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by amending a planned unit development on property located at 2361 Murfreesboro Pike, east of Una Antioch Pike, zoned R10, and within a planned unit development overlay district of 14.84 acres to permit vocational school uses, all of which are described herein. Mr. Benton, sir, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Will those present in favor of this bill please raise your hands? Okay. Thank you. Will those present in opposition to this bill please raise your hands? Okay, seeing none, do those here in favor wish to speak? I'm seeing you nod your head no, and so with that, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I declare the public hearing closed. Mr. Benton, it's back to you, sir, for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Properly moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This passes on second reading. Second of 3 readings. Thank you. Okay, next is BL 2023-132, sponsor Eastlick, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to R6A zoning for property located at 103 Rayon Drive, south of Bridgeway Avenue and east of Rayon Drive, 0.15 acres, all of which is described herein. Mr. Eastlick, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public comment.
Open the public hearing, okay? I declare the public hearing open. Will all those present in favor of this legislation please raise your hands? Okay, seeing none. Will all those in opposition, all those present in opposition to this bill, please raise their hands? Also seeing none. Okay, no one seeking to be recognized for public hearing on this bill. I declare the public hearing closed. Mr. Eastlick, it's back to you, sir, for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitution forward with a brief comment.
Okay, you've got a substitute here. Okay. Okay, well, my staff is indicating that your substitute is already on the bill.
Awesome. Everything's good?
Yep, I think we're good to go, sir. So is your motion to approve then?
My motion to approve.
Okay, is that properly seconded? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is passed on second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 4, BL 2023-134. Sponsor Greg is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to MULNS zoning for properties located at 801 and 828 Royal Parkway, east of the corner of Royal Parkway and Airport Center Drive, 10.68 acres within a planned unit development overlay district. Councilman Gregg, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do you want to take items 4 and 5 together or separate?
Let's see. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I did not have those marked as companion bills. And so let me just read that into the record, okay, so that we can take both of those together on public hearing. So also, sponsor Greg, Agenda Item 5, BL 2023-135 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a planned unit development overlay district on properties located at 801 and 828 Royal Parkway, east of the corner of Royal Parkway and Airport Center Drive, Zone CS at 10.68 acres and located within this planned unit development. So these items are associated. One is canceling the planned unit development, and then the other one is changing the zoning. And so we will take them together for purposes of public hearing. Mr. Gregg, to you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Will any members of the audience that are here to speak on either of these agenda items, please, if you're in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Any here in opposition to these two items? Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? They are nodding their head no, Mr. Gregg. So with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve.
Okay. Mr. Gregg has made a combined motion to move approval on BL 2023-134 and BL 2023-135. Properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed on the second of 3 readings. Okay, next on our agenda is Item 6, BL 2024-211, sponsor Toombs, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by amending a specific plan for various properties located along Limestone Place, River Pearl Place, and West Trinity Lane, approximately 215 feet west of Young's Lane, zoned SP 5.15 or 5.15 acres, to permit short-term rental properties not owner-occupied and modify building height and sidewalk conditions, all of which is described herein. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all those present to speak, or rather in favor of this bill, please raise your hands. Okay, duly noted. Would anyone here in opposition to this bill please signify that by raising your hands or hand? Okay, seeing no one in opposition, do those here in favor of the bill seek to be recognized? I see heads being shaken in no, and I don't see anyone else. So with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, it's passed on second reading. Okay, agenda item 7, BL 2024-220 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1708 17th Avenue North, approximately 250 feet northwest of Huelis Street, 0.19 acres, and located within a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district, all of which is described herein. Mr. Taylor, it's to you, sir, on your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing open. Would any members of our audience here to speak in favor of this bill, please raise your hands? Okay, would anyone here seeking to speak in opposition or in opposition to this bill, please raise your hands. Okay, I am seeing no one seeking to be recognized in favor or in opposition. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you so very much. Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have passed this as well on second reading. Next is agenda item 8, BL 2024-221, sponsor Parker, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS and RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 3525, 3533, 3537, and 3539 Dickerson Pike unnumbered, and Due West Avenue North unnumbered, approximately 970 feet south of the intersection of Dickerson Pike and Due West Avenue North. This is 36.92 acres to permit a mixed-use development with 22,000 square feet of non-residential uses and 525 multifamily residential units. You're recognized, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Did we also have 222 with this?
Thank you, sir. We can take those together. Appreciate you identifying that. That's a companion bill to agenda item 8. And so that is BL 2024-222. And so that is an ordinance all about the same things and all about the same addresses. But specifically, what I must read here is that the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. And so we can take both these items together for purposes of public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, is there anyone here seeking to be recognized to in favor of this bill, or these bills rather? Thank you all. Is there anyone here in opposition to these two bills? Okay, thank you, sir. Duly noted. We do have someone here in opposition. And so with that, do those in support of the bill seek to be recognized? Okay, go ahead and come forward, please.
Good evening. My name's Dennis Conlin. I'm a resident and owner of the property at 1130 Due West Avenue North. The south boundary of my property abuts the subject property, the north boundary of the subject property, and there is between those two properties a serious change in elevation. We have approximately 100 feet of drop at an angle of approximately 70 degrees off horizontal. And we are concerned, some of our neighbors and I are concerned that two things. First of all, there will be blasting done on the job site when construction takes place, and we're concerned about the possibility of a mudslide from the blasting. And the same thing is a matter of concern because of the stormwater management plan. We want to make sure that stormwater management diverts all the offlow from all the impervious area that's being created, not to occur above the northern boundary of the property, and that there be on-site stormwater retention. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Will those in favor of the bill please come forward if you're seeking to speak? Okay, if you would identify yourself, please. You do not have to provide your personal address. Just express your relationship to this project, please. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Chase. I'm with Holiday Ventures. That's the developer of the project. And I just wanted to speak to the history of how we got to where we are and the process we took. So we've been working on this project for about 2 years now. We've met with various neighborhood groups. We've met with the Kemper Heights Neighborhood Association, the Madison Chamber of Commerce, and NOC College of Art, all gathering their feedback. We had a variety of meetings, both in person and virtual. We actually went on a hike with a lot of the neighbors through our own site that they were more familiar with than we were. So we worked really close with the community to come out with the plan we're proposing today. It's in line with the Nashville Next Community Character Policy, the T3 policy that they have on Dickerson Pike. And we worked really closely with planning over the past, I guess it's been probably 3 or 4 months now, and received unanimous support. A couple other things just wanted to highlight about this project. We are considering 20 acres of permanently conserved green space here, as well as pursuing child care services on site. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hawkins, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hawkins with Hawkins Partners, Landscape Architects and Planners, and have been working on this with Holiday Ventures for the last year. A couple of specific thoughts that I thought might be helpful. Some of the policy on the site is conservation, as well as the T3CM, which does allow the commercial uses. Over 2/3 of our property is being held in conservation policy and will remain in that. So it will not be disturbed with this development. And I think that addresses the gentleman's concerns about some of the slopes. Those slopes are being maintained as forested area. Trails are being added throughout that area to provide a community amenity and community resources. And all of the other aspects of the policy and the current zoning are, and the proposed zoning are in line with the city's policy. The parcel sits on Dickerson Pike, which is identified as a multimodal corridor, meaning that it is appropriate for additional density. And that portion of the site is currently zoned CS, which allows for those commercial uses. And the SP just allows us to have those commercial uses and then to keep the rear of the site where those slopes are a little bit steeper to be more of the residential. So we appreciate your support and the support of Planning Commission when they voted for this unanimously in approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Evan Holiday, Holiday Ventures. There's not too much more I can add other than I think generally throughout this entire process, this has happened over the last almost 2 years now, working hand in hand with the community. And I think our goal and our intention here was to slow down so that we could hear what the community wanted, and met with them, like Chase had mentioned, multiple times to really garner that feedback. And that ultimately came up with what the final site plan was that you see, which was vetted throughout community meetings on multiple occasions, to the point where the Kemper Heights Neighborhood Association actually wrote a letter of support. And we went through asking each individual, what feedback could you give? Do you support this? And every individual in our meetings all said they supported it, which, as you all know, doesn't always happen. And so I think that really speaks to the time we took to listen to the community and ultimately address the concerns of density on the back portion, moving that towards the front, and addressing the main thoroughfare that is Dickerson Pike, and ultimately coming up with a better development at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else seeking to be recognized on these bills? Okay, seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. And Mr. Parker, it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval for the purposes of discussion. If I may ask a question of the planning staff on this one.
Absolutely. So you want to go ahead and move approval, correct? Yes. Second? Okay. With that, yes, go ahead and pose your question.
So planning reviewed this. I was wondering if, Ms. Milligan, if you could speak to stormwater grading and buffering, specifically to the north side where the concerned property owner who joined us this evening, and then also kind of what's in the SP and then what is likely to be required by stormwater review through the actual issuance of building permit process. If you could speak to that just a little bit, please.
Ms. Milligan from the Planning Department, you are recognized.
Sure. So during the review of a preliminary SP, which this is sort of the first step of the process, we're looking at a concept plan. But when we have sites like this one that have steep topography, we take additional steps sort of on the front end. And so with this plan, if you look at the plan, you'll notice that the development areas have been focused on Dickerson Pike and then sort of central to the site where there is less topography. And there have actually been limits of disturbance that have been noted. And what that means is that those areas with the steepest topography will remain in an undisturbed state. And so we're going to be keeping trees there. There won't be grading in those locations. The second step of a specific plan, should this pass, is a final site plan. And when that final site plan comes in, they also come in with detailed grading plans. And those are construction plans that are reviewed by not only our stormwater team to ensure compliance with all the regulations, but also by the planning team to make sure that it's in compliance with the approved preliminary site plan in terms of that limits of disturbance. And so there would actually be tree protection fencing that is placed on the site to ensure that those areas of the steepest topography are actually not disturbed. Along the northern property boundary, there is a pretty significant area of trees that will be remaining. And that area will not be disturbed. And so it's a multi-step process. We've put in some of those restrictions now in regards to the areas that can be changed in regards to their grade. And then those details will be reviewed with the final site plan and the grading permit.
Thank you, Ms. Milligan. Back to you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you for that explanation. So, colleagues, I'm going to ask for your support in approving this evening with that explanation that addressed the concerns of the gentleman who's here. I'm going to go back there and share my contact information as well, so we can continue a dialogue if needed or desired. But I would ask for y'all's support on this evening. So move approval.
All right. There's a motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion, members, on these two bills, 2024-221 and 222? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this passes on the second of three readings, both of these bills. Okay, next agenda item 10, BL 2024-229, sponsors Cortez and Gamble. Let's see, an ordinance, BL 2024-229, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R40 to RS40 zoning for various properties along Cloverland Drive, West Cloverland Park Drive, 112.76 acres, all of which is described herein. Okay, Councilman Cortez, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And ask for committee reports, is that correct?
Not yet at this time, sir, because it's a planning bill, so it'll get its committee reports on third reading.
On third.
You have a substitute here, and you could put that substitute on prior to opening the public hearing, or you could have the public hearing first, and we could put the substitute on after. We can do it in whatever order you would like.
It sounds like it would be most efficient to put the substitute on first.
Okay, we can do that. Okay, so let's first get the bill before us, okay? And so if you would move approval on the bill, please.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, now you can speak to your substitute, sir, if you want to move your substitute and provide a brief explanation of what it does.
Yes, so the substitute, and I want to thank the planning department for working with us on this. They went to great lengths to honor property owners' wishes and also honor the policy under which they were working. And the committee, the planning department brought a plan and a map that the community was very happy with. And I want to say that we got 100% community buy-in from the plan we agreed on. So thank you to the planning department for all the work on that. And
Okay, so you all have heard an explanation from Councilman Cortez about the substitute. It has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the substitute? Okay, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so now, Councilman Cortez, we are on your bill as substituted. At this juncture, you may want to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would all those in favor of this bill, please raise your hands? Is there anyone here in opposition to this bill? Please raise your hands. Seeing none and no one seeking to be recognized for the public hearing, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on Councilman Cortez's bill as substituted? Nope. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, your bill as substituted has passed the second of 3 readings.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. Agenda item 11, BL 2024-255, sponsors Hancock and Webb. I believe, okay. An ordinance amending section 17.40.720 of the Metropolitan Code to require mailed notice to all affected property owners of R, RA, RS, and RSA parcels when a change to the zoning code results in an increase or decrease in the number of allowed dwelling units on the affected parcels. Councilwoman Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to move for a 2-meeting deferral to coincide or allow the Planning Commission to hear this at the April 25th Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, and so with a 2-meeting deferral, then this bill would be on public hearing on May 7th.
Correct.
Okay, is there a second for Ms. Hancock's motion? Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this bill is deferred to the public hearing of May 7th. So second reading for this bill will be on May 7th. All right, agenda item 12, BL 2024-270, sponsor Kimbrough, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1813 Manchester Avenue, approximately 510 feet east of the intersection of Hydes Ferry Road and Manchester Avenue, 0.46 acres, all of which is described herein. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would those present in favor of this bill please raise your hands? Okay, I see you back there. Thank you, ladies. Is there anybody in opposition to this bill? If so, please raise your hands. Okay, seeing no one in opposition, do those in favor wish to speak? They are shaking their heads no, Ms. Kimbrough. And seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, it's properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is passed second reading.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have companion bills, agenda item 13 and 14, BL 2024-271 and 272. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 316 Homestead Road, approximately 240 feet north of South Ridge Drive, 1.56 acres, to permit 23 multifamily residential units. So that's 271. This is sponsor Toombs. And then the second bill, companion bill, is about the exact same property at the exact same address. But we must note that the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. So Ms. Toombs, it's to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing open. Would all those here in favor of these two bills please raise your hands? Okay, thank you. Anyone here in opposition to these two bills, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, do those in favor of these bills wish to speak? They are nodding their head no, Ms. Toombs. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a combined motion on these two bills. Can we take those together? Yeah, we can take them together. Okay.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay. Ms. Toombs has moved approval of BL 2024-271 and 2024-272 in a combined motion, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Toombs, those have both passed the second of 3 readings. Okay, the next 2 items are again companion bills. Agenda items 15 and 16, BL 2024-273 and BL 2024-274. Sponsor Vo. Is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 475, 481, 483, 485, and 487 Humphrey Street, approximately 115 feet east of Chestnut Street, which is 0.93 acres, to permit a non-residential development. The second bill is at about the exact same addresses and the same acreage, but we must indicate that this proposed companion ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Ms. Vo, it is to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would those present to speak in, or rather, just wanting to signify that they are in favor of these 2 bills, please raise your hands. Thank you back there behind the big column. And anyone here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hands. Okay, I'm seeing no one here in opposition to those bills. Thus, do those here in favor seek to be recognized or to speak? Okay, Ms. Vo, they are nodding their head no. So it's back to you for a combined motion, please, on these 2 bills.
Can I move for approval?
You may. Properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on these 2 bills? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have passed both these bills on second reading. Okay, next is agenda item 17, BL 2024-275, sponsor Kimbrough, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to R10 for properties located at 1811 and 1813 Elizabeth Road, approximately 350 feet northeast of Hydes Ferry Road, 0.6 acres, all of which is described here in. Ms. Kimbrough, it's to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would anyone here in favor of this bill please raise your hands? Thank you, sir. If there's anyone here in opposition to this bill, would you likewise please raise your hand or hands? Seeing none, does the gentleman here in favor seek to be recognized? Nope, he is shaking his head no, Ms. Kimbrough. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second? Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough, your bill passes on second reading. Okay, the next 2 agenda items, colleagues, are 18 and 19. Those are companion bills and can be taken together. They are BL 2024-276 and BL 2024-277, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 330 and 332 Homestead Road, approximately 745 feet west of Dickerson Pike. This is 2.24 acres to permit 33 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein, and for Bill 277. It is about those exact same properties, and it is, though we must share, a proposed ordinance requiring certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Ms. Toombs, it's to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all those here in favor of these two bills please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Anyone here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hands. Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do those gentlemen in favor seek to be recognized or to speak? Okay, they are nodding their head no, Ms. Toombs, so it's back to you for a motion. With that, rather, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on these bills? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed second reading. Okay, we're on to agenda item 20, BL 2024-278, sponsor Parker, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 1085 Zophie Street, approximately 215 feet west of Gallatin Pike, zoned R6. This is 0.21 acres to permit the uses of R6, religious institution, and multimedia production uses. Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Would anyone here in favor of this bill please raise your hands? Thank you, sir. Anyone here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hands. Okay, seeing, no, okay. That's just a wave, not an opposition. Seeing no one here seeking to speak in opposition, does the gentleman in favor seek to be recognized? He is shaking his head no, Mr. Parker. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parker, go ahead.
Quite all right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Parker, your bill has passed second reading. Agenda item 21, BL 2024-279, sponsor Kimbrough, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1812 Ashton Avenue, approximately 265 feet east of Hydes Ferry Road. This is 0.46 acres. And let's make sure it does not have a companion. It does not. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay. With that, I declare the public hearing open. Would anyone here in favor of this bill, please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone here in opposition to this bill? Okay, seeing none, does the gentleman in favor seek to be recognized? He does not, Ms. Kimbrough. And with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, it's properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Ms. Kimbrough's bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough, that has passed second reading. Okay, agenda item 22, BL 2024-280, sponsor Toombs, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R8 to RM15, zoning for properties at 2937 and 2939 Brick Church Pike, approximately 328 feet northeast of Brick Church Park Drive. This is 4.24 acres. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing open. Would anyone here in favor of this bill, please raise your hands? Thank you, folks. Anyone here in opposition to these bills, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no opposition, do those in favor seek to be recognized or to speak? Okay, they are nodding their heads no, Ms. Toombs. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Ms. Toombs's bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this passes second reading. Okay, the next two agenda items can be taken together for purposes of public hearing, but because we have a proposed amendment, we will have to vote on them separately. I think maybe Ms. Zeitlin is going to find Ms. Gadd. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just be reading these into the record. This is BL 2024-281, sponsor Gadd, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 3900, 3906, and 3914 Charlotte Avenue, 3905, 3907, 3909, 3911, 3913, and 3915 Alabama Avenue, 411 39th Avenue North, and 406 40th Avenue North at the northwest corner of Charlotte Avenue and 39th Avenue North. This is 2.7 acres. To permit a mixed-use development with 249 multifamily residential units. And then, ordinance BL 2024-282, also sponsor Gadd, is about all those same addresses. And the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Okay, Ms. Gadd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request to open the public meeting.
Okay, we can open the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. Would all those here in favor of these two bills please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Is anybody here in opposition to these bills? If so, please raise your hands. Or hand. Okay, seeing no one here seeking to be recognized in opposition, do the gentlemen in favor seek to be recognized? Okay, they are shaking their heads no, Ms. Gadd. And so with that, I declare the public hearing closed. So we took both these companion bills together for purposes of public hearing, but we're going to need to go to BL 2024-281 individually because you have an amendment. Okay. And so with that, if you would please make a motion to get the bill before us so we can address the amendment.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I make the motion for the bill.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Properly moved, properly seconded. And Ms. Gadd, you can speak now to your amendment, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. So I do have an amendment on this bill. I want to inform the body I'll be coming back with another amendment that will essentially replace this or rewrite this. But we'll go ahead and move this one forward. It essentially will ensure that we've had some great community meetings. One of the things of the community as we transition that area from industrial to livable spaces, this will also allow us to be pet friendly. And so the development there has agreed to that. So while we will bring forward a new amendment with a slightly different language, I'll go ahead and move forward with this one. So that is the description of the amendment.
Okay, so you would
Like
move the amendment?
The amendment.
Okay, is there a second for the amendment as described by Ms. Gadd? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Ms. Gadd's amendment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no or any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Gadd, it's back to you on your bill as amended.
Thank you so much. I would urge folks to support this. I'm incredibly grateful for the turnout for two community meetings that was held on this property, about this property and the development. It is going to provide more residences. And while we all here know that there's a need for affordability, these will be market rate rents, but we've also had a lot of great collaboration about thinking creatively, and so about how we can get folks into some of these residences that may not be able to meet those rents. And so I'm excited about the development team there and residential provider being open to continue to walk down that road. And also, I am really grateful for the feedback from the community, but also the response from the development to ensure that the community is going to be responded to when we start talking about the access to the property. So, and this will also provide this area that doesn't currently have quick or access to a grocer, that ability. So to have a grocery store in this place. So with that, I'd like to move the bill.
Okay. Ms. Gadd has had a proper motion for the bill as amended. It was seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of this bill as amended, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, so that one has passed. And now, Ms. Gadd, we have to take separately then BL 2024-282, which we've already read into the record and discussed. If you would make a motion on that as well, please.
I'd like to make a motion on this.
Okay, Ms. Gadd has moved approval. Any second? Okay, any discussion? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, so both these companion bills now, Ms. Gadd, have passed second reading. Okay, let's see. On agenda item 25, BL 2024, sponsor Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R6A to RM20ANS zoning for properties located at 75, 77, and 79 Robertson Street, approximately 111 feet east of Fairfield Avenue. This is 0.33 acres. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer this to meetings, please.
Okay, so we'll defer it 2 meetings, and that will be to the public hearing of May 7th.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for Ms. Vo's motion? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Ms. Vo's deferral? Seeing none, all in favor of a 2-meeting deferral to the public hearing of May 7th, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this matter is deferred. Okay, next on our agenda, item 26, BL 2024-284, sponsor Kimbrough, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1705 River Drive, approximately 390 feet east of Hydes Ferry Road. This is 0.75 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all those here in favor of this bill please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, sir. Would anyone here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand or hands? Okay, seeing none, does the gentleman in favor seek to be recognized? No. Okay, otherwise, nope. Okay, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Kimbrough.
Move for approval.
Okay, Ms. Kimbrough has moved approval. Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough, your bill has passed the second of 3 readings. Okay, these next 2 bills are companion bills, agenda item 27 and 28, sponsor Cash. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 2907 12th Avenue South at the northwest corner of Kirkwood Avenue and 12th Avenue South. This is 0.26 acres to permit a mixed-use development. BL 2024-286 is about that same property at that same address, and the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would anyone here in favor of these 2 bills please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone here in opposition to these bills? Please raise your hands. Okay, seeing none, does the gentleman here in favor seek to be recognized? He is shaking his head no, Mr. Cash. With that, it's back to you for a motion.
Move approval.
Okay, Mr. Cash has moved approval of both these bills, 285 and 286, in a combined motion. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Cash, both these bills have passed the second of 3 readings. Okay, next we go to agenda item 29, BL 2024-287, sponsor Spain, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from AR2A to RS10 zoning for properties located at 7946 and 7968 McCrory Lane, approximately 98 feet north of Beautiful Valley Drive, 22.96 acres. Mr. Spain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or anyone here in favor of these bills? Please raise your hand. Okay, I see one gentleman back behind the clutch of folks who are speaking at the rail so that I cannot see the gallery. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, is there anyone here in opposition to this bill? Okay, seeing none, does the gentleman in favor seek to be recognized? He's shaking his head no, Mr. Spain. So with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Spain, this has passed on the second of 3 readings. Okay, agenda item 30, BL 2024-288, sponsor Ellis. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from AR2A to R10 zoning for property located at 3196 Hamilton Church Road, approximately 114 feet south of Roundwood Forest Drive. This is 0.47 acres. Ms. Ellis, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here in favor of this bill? Please raise your hand. Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am. Anyone here in opposition to this bill? Seeing none, does the gentle lady in favor of this bill seek to be recognized? She is shaking her head no. So Ms. Ellis, it's back to you. I'm going to declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Ms. Ellis has moved approval, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Ms. Ellis, your bill has passed on the second of 3 readings. Okay, this is our last agenda item on zoning public hearing. This is agenda item 31, BL 2024-289, sponsor Huffman. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by amending a portion of the residential planned unit development district for property located at 8230 Eva Drive at the southwestern corner of Tyler Drive and Andrew Jackson Parkway. This is 3.54 acres. It is zoned R10 to permit 40 multifamily residential units and 3 detached 2-family residential units for a total of 46 units, all of which is described herein. Mr. Huffman, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak, or rather, just in favor of these bills? Would you please raise your hands? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Anyone here in opposition to these bills? Seeing none, do those in favor of the bill seek to speak or be recognized? They do not. They are declining the opportunity, Mr. Huffman. So with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Do I hear a second? Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on Mr. Huffman's bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed on the second of 3 readings, Mr. Huffman. Okay, with that, we have concluded the zoning public hearing portion of our agenda. And we are just going to keep on rolling right into our consolidated consent agenda. Okay. All resolutions on second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all the committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. So resolutions, second and third reading will be all voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and the ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda will be read, and members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay. Okay, so this begins our consolidated consent agenda. The first item is agenda item 33, resolution 2024-331. Next is agenda item 34, resolution 2024-332. Agenda item 35, resolution 2024-333. Agenda item 37, resolution 2024-335. Agenda item 38, resolution 2024-336. Agenda item 39, resolution 2024-337. Agenda item 40, resolution 2024-338. Agenda item 41, resolution 2024-339. Agenda item 42, resolution 2024-340. Agenda item 43, resolution 2024-341. Agenda item 44, resolution 2024-342. Agenda item 45, resolution 2024-343. Agenda item 46, resolution 2024-344. Agenda item 47, resolution 2024-345. Agenda item 48, resolution 2024-346. Agenda item 49, resolution 2024-347. Agenda item 50, resolution 2024-348. Agenda item 51, resolution 2024-349. Agenda item 52, resolution 2024-350. Agenda item 54, resolution 2024-352. Agenda item 55, resolution 2024-353. Agenda item 56, Resolution 2024-354. Agenda item 57, Resolution 2024-355. Okay, moving ahead to bills on second reading as part of the consent agenda. Next is agenda item 100, BL 2024-291. Agenda item 101, BL Ordinance 2024-292. Agenda item 103, Ordinance BL 2024-294. Agenda item 104, Ordinance BL 2024-295. Agenda item 105, BL 2024-296. Agenda item 106, BL 2024-297. Agenda item 107, Ordinance BL 2024-298. Agenda item 108, BL 2024-299. Agenda item 109, BL 2024-300. Okay, that concludes second reading items on consent. Now we move to third reading ordinances that will be proposed to be on the consent agenda. Agenda item 110, Ordinance BL 2024-256. Agenda item 111, BL 2024-257. Agenda item 112, BL 2024-259. Agenda item 113, BL 2024-260. Agenda item 114, BL 2024-261. Agenda item 115, BL 2024-262. Agenda item 116, BL 2024-263. Agenda item 117, BL 2024-264. Agenda item 118, BL 2024-265. Agenda item 119, BL 2024-266. Agenda item 120, Ordinance BL 2024-267. Agenda item 122, BL 2024-269. Okay. That concludes the reading of the items proposed to be on the consolidated consent agenda. And so with that, members, if there is anyone seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consent agenda, if they would please get into the queue and I will recognize you in order. Okay, let me go back here to resolutions. Okay, Mr. Spain, you're recognized, sir.
Item 55, RS 2024-353.
Okay. Mr. Spain has requested removal of agenda item 55, RS 2024-353. Okay. Mr. Bradford, you're recognized, sir.
Was agenda item 121 on consent?
No, sir, it's not.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Suara, Madam Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Agenda item number 56, please.
Okay, and is that resolution 2024-354?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that will be removed from consent. Okay, is there anyone else seeking to be, recognized? Ms. Weiner, you are recognized.
Vice Mayor, I didn't mean to hit that button.
Okay, no
I'm
worries.
sorry.
No
Thank you.
problem. No problem. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consolidated consent agenda? No. Okie dokes. All right. Let's see. We got to go now to committee reports. Okay. Okay. Budget and Finance Chair Porterfield, you are recognized for a whole host of resolutions and 2 items on second reading for your committee reports, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee considered the following items: RS 2024-331, 332, 333, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 330, 40 through 340 through 347.
Yes, ma'am.
And Budget and Finance approved all of those with 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay.
And then I believe BL 2024-291, was that on consent? And BL 2024-295?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the 2.
Okay, so 291 was 13 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. 295 was 12 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, next to Government Operations and Regulations, Chair Bradford. Let's see, we need a report from you, sir, on just one bill, I believe.
Yes, we had BL 2024-295. We voted approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, next is to Planning and Zoning Chair Gamble. Ms. Gamble, you have about 8 resolutions and then 5 bills on second reading. Go ahead, please, ma'am, with your report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered Resolution 331, 332, 333, 335, 334, 345, excuse me.
So 335 and then subsequent to that 345?
345,
Okay, got
yes.
it, yep.
348,
Okay.
349, and 350. All of those recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. And then bills on second reading, Planning and Zoning considered BL 2024-296, 297, 298, 299, and 300. Recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair Gamble. Okay, let's see. Next, to Public Health and Safety Chair Evans. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee considered RS 2024-337 and 338 and recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay.
And then we considered RS 2024-339, 340, 341, 342, 343, and 344. And we recommended all those, approval for all of those, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, it's to you, Chair Sepulveda, for a report on 4 resolutions, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted on RS 2024-352 and 355, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you.
On second reading
Okay.
for BL 2024-290. Oh, never mind. We're good.
Okay, so you just had then, I think, I understand that 2 of those were pulled. So it's 352 and 355, and then 353 and 354 just have been pulled from consent. So, okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, and then let's see, Chair Parker, it's to you, sir, for your committee reports, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered resolutions 345 through 350 and recommended approval of all of those, 9 in favor, 0 against. For bills on second reading, we considered BL 2024-291, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against on that. On 292, we recommended 9 in favor, 0 against for approval of that. On 294, we recommended 10 in favor, 0 against on that. And then 297 through 300, we recommended all for approval, 9 in favor and 0 against. And with all committee reports being in.
Mr. Parker, what about 296? So we were going 10, 9, 10, and then somewhere in between there at 296, I did not get a report.
Okay, so on BL 2024-296, we recommended approval, 9 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, with that,
And
we've got them all in.
now, with all committee reports in, I will move the consolidated consent agenda.
Thank you, sir. Do I hear a second? Is there any discussion on this consolidated consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any voting no or abstaining? All right, we have adopted these items on consent. Okay. All right, now we will go back to the resolutions that were not on consent. Okay, and so that is first, we'll go in order, not just from those pulled, but to the top of our agenda and work through there. Okay. So let's see, we are at agenda item 32, resolution 2024-270. Sponsors Coupin, Porterfield, Gamble, Parker, Huffman, Spain, Vo, and Cap. This is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding related to the proposed development of a multi-use performance space for the Tennessee Performing Arts Center, aka TPAC, on East Bank property owned by the Metropolitan government. Mr. Coupin, I think this might have been deferred by rule, but we may have a possible abstention. Have we worked that out? You're needing to abstain? Okay. Okay, I think that's why we're here then. No? Okay. Okay. Guess what? It's Rule 8. It's automatic deferral, and we can just record Ms. Evans-Siegel as an abstention. Okay, all right, because we're deferring it. I get it. I got my notes. I was like, why would she want to defer or abstain from a deferral? Okay, got it. Thank you. That item is deferred 1 meeting by rule. Okay, next on the agenda is item 36. RS 2024-334, sponsors Porterfield, Gamble, Welsh, Coupin, and Ellis. This is a resolution to approve the First Amendment to 4 grant contracts for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2022-1443 between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and certain nonprofit. Pardon? Okay, Ms. Darby, can you explain, please? You're recognized.
going back to item number 32, RS 2024-270, that wasn't, I was just advised that that was not a deferral by rule under Rule 8 because the committees moved approval and there needs to be a motion for deferral on the floor tonight if it's going to be deferred. So,
Okay.
so it's not a automatic deferral by rule.
Okay, that explains my notes and my confusion. All right, we're going to go back then to item 30. Yes, ma'am. Okay, point of order. Yes, Ms. Porterfield. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need to rescind the vote? I mean, well, we didn't take a vote, so do we need to rescind anything? Or just take a bit? Okay, thank you.
Yep, I appreciate the question. So, Mr. Coopin, it's to you, sir, on agenda item 32 for a deferral motion. Up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Then I would like to
And also committee reports, please, sir.
get my committee reports, please.
Okay. Let's see. First is to Budget and Finance, Ms. Porterfield, on RS 2024-270.
Thank you. Budget and Finance consider RS 2024-270, 12 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. Ms. Gamble for Planning and Zoning. Oh, go ahead. Whoop.
Thank
You're
you.
recognized.
Thank you. For RS 2024-270, Planning and Zoning, recommended approval of the deferral. No, I'm sorry, recommended approval of the bill, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And Mr. Parker for Transportation and Infrastructure, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended actually, no, we recommended approval of the bill. 8 in favor, 0 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay. So
The resolution, my apologies.
okay, no worries. Okay, so with your committee reports in, Mr. Coopin, now it's back to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry for the dancing on this one. This is a slightly weird one. We're trying to get it to track with the third reading of the East Bank ordinance. So with all committee reports in, I would like to move for a one-meeting deferral to the April 16th meeting.
Okay, it's properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this deferral? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Ms. Evans Siegel, Mr. Clerk, would like to be recorded as abstaining on the deferral motion. Okay. I think we got that all figured out. Okay. All righty. Agenda item 36, Resolution 2024-334, sponsors Porterfield, Gamble, Welsh, Coopin, and Ellis, is a resolution to approve the First Amendment to 4 grant contracts for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2022-1443 between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and certain nonprofit organizations. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the substitute, and 13 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting for the resolution as substituted.
Okay. Ms. Gamble, committee report, please, on Resolution 334. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval as substituted, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Porterfield, it's back to you for a motion to get this bill before us and then to substitute it.
I move to get the bill before us.
Okay. Ms. Porterfield has moved approval. Is there a second? Okay. And now it's to you, Ms. Porterfield, on your substitute.
I would like to move for approval for the substitute.
Okay. Any explanation as to the substitute? Just what it does, or?
I will defer to Director Darby.
Okay, Ms. Darby, you're recognized on what the substitute is, please.
The substitute is essentially a housekeeping bill. One of the contract amendments was left off, so instead of 4 contract amendments, it's approving 5 contract amendments.
Okay, Ms. Porterfield, you've moved the substitute, correct? Properly seconded. Members have heard an explanation of the substitute. Is there any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute? Okay, any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so Ms. Porterfield, we'll back to you then on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Ms. Porterfield has moved her resolution as substituted. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution as substituted, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have adopted that resolution. Okay. Turning it on through. Yep. Okay, agenda item 53, RS 2024-351, sponsors Coopin, Horton, Huffman, Spain, Ellis, Weiner, and Ewing, is a resolution requesting certain departments of the Metropolitan Government to provide a comprehensive analysis of recommended changes to increase the safety, security, housing, resources for the unhoused, and cleanliness of the properties surrounding the Cumberland River within the downtown interstate loop. And this, per Rule 8, is deferred by rule. And I still have to get committee reports. Okie dokes. Mr. Coopin, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, transportation and infrastructure, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Ms. Stiles, Public Facilities, Arts and Culture Committee, soon to be known as Arts, Parks and Libraries Committee in 30 days. Go ahead, Ms. Stiles. What is your committee report, please, ma'am?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had 6 in favor, 0 against for RS 2024-351.
Okay, so not on the deferral, but just on the bill.
Just on the
Okay,
bill.
got it.
And all, it was deferred. It was on the deferral, excuse me, because it was to defer
So it
one
was a
meeting.
deferral recommendation in committee.
Yes.
Okay. 1 meeting. Okay, and now Chair Evans, Public Health and Safe. Whoop, I got too many people on a hot mic here. Ms. Evans, you are recognized. Oh, and I didn't push your button. Go ahead.
Public Health and Safety recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, 12 in favor, 0 against. Okay, so then with all committee reports in, it is now deferred by rule. Okay. It's deferred 1 meeting to our next meeting on April 16th. Okay, moving right along. We're going to go next to items that were, 2 items that were pulled from consent earlier. And that is agenda item 55, resolution 2024-353, sponsors Porterfield, Huffman, Swara, Benedict, Bradford, Ellis, Welsh, Gadd, Cap, Taylor, Allen, and Ewing. This is a resolution opposing legislation vacating the State University Board of Tennessee State University and allowing the management, governance, powers, and duties to be transferred to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you. I move for approval with the comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Colleagues, we know that the state already voted on this legislation vacating the board of the Tennessee State University without focusing on the historic underfunding that our state has done to my beloved alma mater, 2-time alumnus of the Tennessee State University. This is just a resolution going on record saying that we oppose the action. I will say that many alumni are happy with the people that were chosen for the new board and their willingness to serve and their commitment to the institution. So this is in no way going against the new board members. This is simply stating that we are not in favor of the action, which is seen as a direct attack on the university, part of a bigger initiative. There have been attacks on HBCUs across the country, and constituents are very upset about this. Our community is upset with this. Just last night, Roland Martin was here addressing this at a local church along with other TSU alumni, again, speaking out against not only the attempted takeover with the vacating of the board, but also with the frustration of the state's lack of commitment to pay what the university has been underfunded, which is $544 million from one account of money. But in addition to that, there's an additional $2.1 billion that the state has underfunded Tennessee State University, and in some instances, some of that money has been given to another university. So again, this is just going on record. We understand that the action has already been taken, but this is going on record saying that we are standing with Tennessee State University, with the students, with the alumni, and that we are not pleased with the action. So with that, I ask my colleagues to please support.
Okay, there is a motion properly seconded. You've heard an explanation from Ms. Porterfield. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Spain, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the sponsor bringing this resolution. As a fellow TSU grad, I understand and share the sentiment. It just seems a bit out of date. In the past week, as the sponsor mentioned, the General Assembly passed legislation to vacate the board. The governor signed that legislation and almost immediately appointed a new board. So we're going on record opposing legislation that's no longer under consideration, and it references transferring the governance of TSU to THEC, which is not actually what took place. So, like I said, I support and commend the sentiment. I just think we're a little late on this one. The ship has sailed, so to speak. I'd kind of like to see a resolution maybe focusing on what we would like to see for TSU going forward. So for those reasons, I'll probably abstain. I'm certainly not against it. I just feel like we're a little behind on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Essentially, he took the words out of my mouth, so I'll sit down. But
Okay.
I'm either going to abstain or say no.
All right. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this resolution. I think it's important that as a body that represents the great city of Nashville, that we stand with everybody from TSU, graduates from TSU. I appreciate the comments that were shared a moment ago, and I would say that if anybody wants to bring a resolution about something else, I would recommend that that resolution be brought. So in regards to this, TSU is an incredibly important institution in our city, and things have not been handled as well as they should have at the state in regards to the wrongs that have taken place at TSU, or in regards to TSU. So the federal government did a study and showed that financially, the state underfunded that university, and yet the state used as an excuse that the university on their own mismanaged their own funds. Well, if they don't have the funding, it's no wonder that anyway, I'm getting off track with my thoughts. I support this resolution. I want Nashvillians to know that what happened at the state is not representative of what their governing body here in the city and in the county represents. And so with that, I hope that my colleagues will support as well. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I also stand in support of this resolution. Tennessee State University is a historic and very vital piece of Nashville history and of Nashville culture. We have all seen the news reports We know that there is a lot going on with the school. There was an audit. No malfeasance was found on the part of TSU, though some of the audit findings have been used against the university, where the focus should be on appropriately funding the university. Imagine being upset that a university has given out too many scholarships to give students an opportunity at education. So the focus should be on funding TSU appropriately as found in our state audits, as well as found in the federal audits for Tennessee State University. Yes, the legislation has passed at the state level. However, government does not move quickly. I don't think that we should wait for someone to file a new resolution on this matter. All of us had an opportunity to file an amendment on this current resolution to make it sound more appropriate. I think that what we should do at this point is make a statement right now, not wait, that we stand with TSU, that we stand with the students, we stand with the alumni, and that we are watching this. We should not remain silent. We are watching this and lending our support to Tennessee State University. And so I would encourage my colleagues to please support and vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Toombs. Pro Tem Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to add. A lot has been said about the lack of funding, the audit report, the treatment of the president, how the board is being vacated. What I just wanted to add is that while this resolution was filed before the bill was taken and we're trying to hopefully help dissuade them, the fact that the action was actually taken and the vote passed, I believe that this is still us saying we do not like what happened. We still didn't like that they did this. We did not like how TSU was treated. The two land-grant university in our state, and when you look at the funding of the two, there's a disparity with so much money that is still owed to TSU. And so for the state to deal with our HBCU, Historical Black College, like this, taking power from them, not even giving them any chance, and just coming in and just bullying and taking over is something that we as a body are saying before the vote, after the vote, any day, any time, day or night. We do not like this. We don't think it's fair. We don't think it's right. And I ask everybody to join in saying, no, this shouldn't have happened. It happened, but we still don't like it. And hopefully that sends a message. And if it doesn't, we still want to go on record with TSU and TSU family that we did not like the way TSU was treated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Ms. Ellis, you're recognized, ma'am.
So also as a proud alumni of TSU, I just want to say that I rise in support of this bill as well, because although the deal is done, you can say it was a dirty deal that was made. And I would say that with TSU being in the middle of the search for a new president and no financial malfeasance found in the audit, that this was obstructive behavior that the state GOP, conducted. And this resolution lets them know that in the public forum.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Prepty, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll be brief in my comments because a lot has been said on this specific topic. I'm a firm believer, and I've said this many times, that education is one of the great equalizers in our society. And having one of the most preeminent HBCUs in our state sitting here in Nashville is something that I take great pride in. And that despite the intentional restriction of resources, which TSU is owed, they have done an amazing job educating so many people across our state and ensuring that those who might not necessarily be able to go to college and get an education but for a scholarship are able to do that, even though despite they are being owed billions with a B of dollars for what is duly owed to them. So I think it's crucial that we as a body stand in solidarity with TSU and with this board in saying that We are proud of you. We support you. And that regardless of what happens a few miles away from here in a different governing body, that we will continue to do all that we can to make sure that you are able to fulfill your mission despite what stands in your way. So I rise in support of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Prepty. Mr. Rutherford, you only have one more colleague in the queue.
I'm rising to actually ask a question.
Okay.
I never intended to take over Councilmember Zach Young's role here. That was not my intent.
Okay.
But I rise in support of the legislation. But I do have a question or minor concern, if you will, that I would like to ask. And it's really a follow-up on the first two members' comments. And that is, I'm wondering why the resolution was not amended to reflect the current situation, because it does feel like we're answering something from the past, that we're putting something forward that's addressing something that's now changed. And though I support the resolution, I will vote for the resolution as it stands, but that is still a question that I'd like to get an answer to if I could. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Porterfield, I think what we'll do is let's conclude the discussion, and then we'll come back to you, and you can answer Mr. Rutherford's question and any other that may have come up. Mr. Taylor, you want to go ahead, sir, and then we'll go to Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I plan to yield some of my time to Councilman Porterfield.
Okay, all right.
This is extremely important. I can sit out in my backyard and listen to Tennessee State University's band play as the councilman in that district. I don't care what happened, when it happened, how it happened. It happened. And this body should support the school in their city, no matter what. No matter if you don't like the language, no matter anything. This is extremely important. This is a historic institution in this city, and we represent this city. I yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Porterfield.
Okay, Ms. Porterfield, Ms. Wire, you've previously been recognized, and Ms. Porterfield, there's a question kind of before us from Mr. Rutherford, and she may want to speak to some previous questions raised. Go ahead, Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Absolutely. There was not, I'm not sure why the other 39 members didn't file any amendments to this particular piece of, to this resolution. I did not see a need to file any type of amendment. The section 1 of the now therefore be it resolved is simply saying that we are going on record opposing the legislation. So I was aware that I was actually there when the General Assembly voted on the bill to vacate the board. So I was very aware that that this happened. It wasn't that something flew under the radar. I didn't see a need to file an amendment, but again, I don't know why the other 39 members did not file an amendment. So I'm not sure if we want to let anyone else answer that question.
Okay, Ms. Wire, you've spoken previously. Are you seeking to be recognized again? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll make it very brief. As we were discussing, I was reminded of a favorite quote of mine, and I wanted to share it. It's by Archbishop Desmond Tutu. The late Archbishop said, "If you're neutral in situations of injustices, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse, and you say that you're neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality." This vote is telling the people of TSU, we do not like the way you were treated. We did not like what happened. It's a grave injustice. There was a big elephant on the tail of a mouse, and we're saying that we cannot stand for it. It may not do anything, but I think it's good for the mouse to know that we're not neutral. And so I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swara. Okay, so we have Ms. Lee, you seeking to be recognized? Go ahead, ma'am.
I think we've about finished this, so I was just going to ask, would it be appropriate now to ask that all of those voting in favor of this also be added as sponsors?
Would
that rule to
Miss-
invoke that rule, will that be appropriate now?
If Ms. Porterfield wanted to amend her motion to that effect, she could do so.
Oh, okay, I thought we could just move that to have that done. All right, thank you. I hope she will consider doing that.
Okay. Ms. Porterfield, it's back to you. Are you seeking to do that?
I would like to amend my motion to evoke rule number, I don't remember the rule, 12.3. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Hold it down. Thanks. I would like to amend my motion to evoke rule 12.3.
Okay, and what that rule does then is that anyone who is voting in the affirmative will be signed on as a co-sponsor. Okay, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized and knowing with the addition of 12.3, I was going to just do this by voice and maybe record some abstentions, but okay, let's try this by voice then. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you keep your hands raised, please, for your abstention. Mr. Clerk, if you could please record the abstentions. Okay, and so everyone not abstaining then will be signed on as a co-sponsor.
Point of order, Vice Mayor, can we get the abstentions listed for the viewing audience who may not have seen, who raised their hands?
Hands are raised for purposes of Mr. Clerk to record the abstentions.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, have you noted all abstentions? If members, as a point of order and further, if you want to request a roll call vote, you can, but that ship has sailed at this juncture. So, okay. This resolution passes. Mr. Clerk, do you have the information you need relative to the abstentions? Okay. All right. Moving on then. Okay. Next is Agenda Item 56, Resolution 2024-354. This is a resolution recognizing Molly Tuttle on her second consecutive Grammy Award. The sponsors are Swara, Vo, Spain, Evans Siegel, Gadd, Huffman, Evans, Coupin, Nash, and Webb. Ms. Swara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Ms. Sepulveda, Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Swara.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval and also like to seek Rule 12.3 with a brief comment as well.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. This resolution, which I'm hoping that you all will sign to, is to recognize Molly Tuttle on winning a second consecutive Grammy for Bluegrass. What I love about this is that she co-wrote the album that actually won this time with my good friend French Ketch Seeker with Old Crow Medicine Show. And those two people are very dear to me. Nashville did very well on Grammy night. We have a lot of winners from Nashville. But this is a good friend, a close friend. This is our consecutive win. And I hope you join me in congratulating Ms. Tuttle for this. And I hope everyone will sign on. Thank you. 12.3.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a motion to approve, properly seconded with Rule 12.3, meaning all those voting in the affirmative will be signed on as a co-sponsor for this resolution. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? No. Okay, this passes. Sorry. Heard a little hubbub up there. Okay, that concludes the resolutions that were timely filed. But next we have a late resolution. Okay, this is agenda item L1, sponsor Porterfield. Ms. Porterfield, you are going to need to move to suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules, please.
Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Ms. Yeah. Ms. Sepulveda, can you speak to the nature of the late file, please?
Yes, the sponsor came before the Rules Committee, and the department had explained why it was late filed. The Rules Committee had no objections. We voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. With that committee report in, now it's back to you, Ms. Porterfield, to suspend the rules at this time.
Move to suspend the rules.
Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. It's to you, Ms. Porterfield, for a motion, but I think actually you need your committee reports. Is that correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted for the late file resolution, 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Chair Evans, do you have a report, ma'am?
We do. We recommended approval with 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With committee reports being in, I would like to move for approval.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, your resolution has passed, Ms. Porterfield. Okay, moving along. Now we are on bills on introduction and first reading, section M on our agenda. And so typically without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time, but I understand that there will probably be some items that need to be pulled from first reading consideration. And so to that end, if sponsors seeking to pull an item for first reading consideration would please enter the queue. Okay, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Hang on. Go ahead.
Item 58, please.
Okay. Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized.
Items 61 and 62, please.
Okay. Okay, is anyone else? Pardon? Okay. Okay. We're going to just wait a moment for Mr. Horton. So we can take this at one time. Okay, Mr. Horton, your mic is hot. You're recognized. We're on first reading, and I'm asking members if there's anything that they want to pull from this consolidated vote on first consideration. I understand you might want to pull agenda item 96, BL 333. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And also item 63, please.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
That's okay. Okay. So let's see. Chair Sepulveda, would you make a motion for first reading for all items excepting agenda item 58, 61, 62, 63, and 96? So moved. It's fine. Sorry. So moved. Is there a second? Okay. So you are now voting on all other items on introduction and first reading. Please say aye. Okay. Any noes? Any abstentions? No. Okay. So we have adopted the majority of the items on introduction and first reading. And now we will go back through the ones that were pulled from that consolidated vote. And we will proceed with those in order. So first among those on introduction, first reading is agenda item 58, BL 2024-182, sponsors Evan Siegel, Horton, Huffman, Welsh, Coupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, Vo, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to clarify who may update the official website regarding issuance of permits and notices, remove requirements for washer and dryer hookups in certain homes, remove and separate bathroom facilities at gas stations, and add regulations to permit large homes with 3 to 6 attached dwellings. Lead sponsor, Ms. Evan Siegel, you are recognized.
Move to approve, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. I see you have a substitute.
Yes, I would like to move the substitute with a brief comment.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so this is a cleanup amendment. As some of you may have noticed further down in our agenda on consent tonight was item 114, which was adopting the Muni Code updates from last term. That adoption came down after this was filed, and because of that adoption, the subsection number changed that we were referencing within the bill. So it's a cleanup amendment that is designed to reference the originally intended subsection, which has now changed subsection letter as a result of the update in Muni Code. If you're curious, that was because the mass timber regulations, which passed last term, got codified and sort of bumped everything down. It also removes the last clause on the introduction to the bill because pursuant to conversations with the state fire marshal, those building codes updates were broken out and put in a separate piece of legislation right before filing, and we missed that. So that one was on me. So I hope that folks will support that substitute. Again, it's just a cleanup that relates to the Muni Code update and to a change made pursuant to a request from the state fire marshal.
Okay, so you have moved your substitute. Is there a second for the substitute? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on Ms. Evan Siegel's substitute? Ms. Johnston, are you seeking to be recognized on Ms. Evan Siegel's substitute? Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I had pointed out earlier to staff that there's, I think in this substitute still, they can correct me if I'm wrong, still a typo in the caption. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but I had pointed that out earlier, so I don't know how you deal with that. But so I had proposed a second substitute that I hope people have been able to see, and it keeps in where it updates the official website regarding issuance of permits and notices of basically who can do that. Right now it says the director of codes does that. In reality, IT does that, and so it adds in, which is what Ms. Evan Siegel had put in there originally was, or their designee. So that's perfectly appropriate. The other two things I just personally disagree with. I think that taking away the requirement.
But hang on, there's a point of order that prevails. Mr. Parker? I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir, for a point of order.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're on Ms. Evan Siegel's substitute.
Understood.
I'm arguing against the substitute.
Okay.
Thank you. So part of this, her substitute leaves in where you're removing the requirement to have washer dryer hookups. I don't know what the purpose of that is. I'm assuming it's for affordability. But to me, that's one of the most oppressive things I've heard in a long time is to say that people that are receiving affordable housing don't deserve to have washer dryers in their house. And so what we're going to say is you have to schlep your dirty clothes and walk down a sidewalk that doesn't exist to a laundromat that wherever that is and take hours out of your day instead of being able to work or be with your family. The second thing with bathrooms, removing whatever it is with the bathroom.
Yes, it is. It's in your substitute.
Okay. So, Ms. Johnson, be clear that you are speaking,
I'm
what is
speaking
before us is
against
Ms.
the
Evans Siegel's substitute.
I'm
Okay.
speaking against
Okay.
the substitute, her substitute.
You will be afforded the opportunity to refute if you think what she is saying is not appropriate to
So
speaking
again,
against your substitute.
again, addressing bathrooms in a gas station, you know, I don't know what that purpose is either. Is it trying to address affordability so that people can build more build more gas stations? I don't know that we have a shortage of gas stations, but I think we've got 99 problems in Nashville, but bathrooms aren't one of them in gas stations. So I would encourage everyone to vote against this substitute. Mine is just clean, and it just handles the issue of who's updating codes on the website.
Okay. Again, we are on Ms. Evans Siegel's substitute. Mr. Nash, do you seek to be recognized on Ms. Evans Siegel's substitute? Okay, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, I share some of the same concerns as Ms. Johnson. Some of you know my son passed away and I inherited a duplex that I became a landlord. To do new construction, the addition of a washer dryer connection, the electric for it, and a vent is minimal costs when it comes to construction, especially in new buildings. And I had to tenant with a child with special needs, and that washer dryer was very important to those people, that they didn't have to go somewhere. She could take care of her child. So I just don't see the purpose of this. I think this is going backwards instead of forwards in our wanting to provide affordable housing that is both offers people some dignity and some conveniences. And the gas station thing, there are many times when one bathroom may not be enough at a rest area or a local gas station. I see no.
Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized for
Point of order. Can legal let us know if this is on the substitute? Because this does not appear to be on the substitute.
I will recognize Ms. Darby for her interpretation in that regard. Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
Since a substitute is replacing the entirety of the original ordinance, then everything in that original ordinance, in addition to whatever those changes might be, would be subject to discussion and debate.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Nash. Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really don't understand why the gas station bill even got involved in this. We're talking about affordable housing. Seems to be we're way off the highway. So I'll be voting no on the substitute.
Okay. Ms. Evans Siegel, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just want to clarify two things. We have a default code in our code that's for a building code. We have a residential code called the IRC. We have the building code, which is the IBC. The IRC applies to homes that are for 1 and 2 family. The IBC applies to everything else. This is a codes cleanup bill to clean up things within our statute that are old or out of date, such as the website, which has been mentioned on the floor tonight. 2 other out-of-date provisions include 1, a local-only requirement for electric dryers. This does not change the IRC requirements for dryers. It does not change whether or not someone is going to put in a dryer. It does, however, allow expansion into gas dryers, into more energy-efficient dryers, into changes in technology that have resulted from when that local-only specific change to the IRC went into place. Nothing about this is designed to prevent people from having dryers. It just opens up the market to allow for all types of dryers to be put into homes. The second change with respect to bathrooms, some people in this room may recall that council spent time last term getting rid of separate sex bathroom requirements. One of those was missed. It was the separate sex bathroom requirement for gas stations. The IBC will continue to require restrooms in gas stations. For buildings that allow 25 people or less, they will be able to have 1 unisex bathroom. For larger gas stations, they are still subject to IBC requirements for fairly substantial bathrooms. I can assure you that Buc-ee's will not be doing one unisex bathroom and making us all wait in line, nor would the IBC allow that to happen. Moreover, I would add that this is on first reading. I would encourage colleagues that find typos to bring those changes to the floor as friendly amendments, and I would encourage colleagues to come to committee and ask questions of the codes department in order to have a full and fair conversation about this. Because if we vote this down tonight, what we're saying is we will require separate sex bathrooms and gas stations, and we don't care about energy efficiency and washer dryer hookups.
Okay, Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this substitute. I think the sponsor described the washer dryer provisions much better than I could. I would like to speak on the ending the requirement for separate sex bathrooms and gas stations. I think understand there's a temptation to look at this through the guise of cultural issues. I think it's also important to look at this as from a pro-business perspective. A lot of gas stations are small businesses. A lot of other small businesses have just one bathroom. It's a normal business practice. I think a lot of us have been on road trips, stopped in the gas station to go to the bathroom, and there's only one. Nashville, as the council suggested, is unique in adding this requirement. I rise in support of this substitute, and I urge each of my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized on Ms. Evans-Siegel's substitute.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I too rise in support of this substitute for all the reasons that were outlined by the sponsor and by my colleague, C.M. Horton. These types of questions are best asked in committee as this bill moves through the normal legislative process. So I feel like this is something that should definitely be passed on first reading tonight so that we can get into the committee structure and actually have a full airing of all of these questions. That's the normal way we do things. I don't think we can, we should table things because, especially when we don't understand what the bill is actually saying. So I think we need to let this play out in the legislative process. And I would ask my colleagues to support the substitute tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Welsh. Ms. Gamble, you're recognized on this substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too am opposed to the substitute. I do appreciate that the change in the substitute has been made to remove the regulation to permit the large homes with 3 to 6 attached dwelling units. As we know now, we're planning and codes and NDOT and water are looking at a study to address what those infrastructure needs are best practice for our city. So I appreciate that. However, I do have concerns with the statement of removing requirements for wash and dry. It doesn't say expand requirements so that developers have options of installing gas dryers. It says to remove requirements. So to me, that indicates that you don't have to have any washer dryer hookups, and I don't know of any resident or a person who is renting an apartment that's going to put in dryer hookups for a gas dryer or electric dryer or whatever dryer if the home doesn't already have it installed. So I do have concerns about removing that because, again, that does seem to be a little discriminatory, in my opinion, that we're removing hookups in certain homes. You know, I don't know what those certain homes are. It doesn't specify in this substitute what certain homes are going to be removing these washer and dryer hookups, which I know are very important, particularly for families with small children. And also the removing of the separate bathroom facilities at gas stations. I guess I do have a question, and I know nobody from Coles is here, so I'm not sure who can answer this question. But I wonder, what is the impetus for this substitute? What is the issue that this removing separate bathrooms and gas stations is addressing?
Well, I think Ms. Evans-Siegel just spoke to that earlier.
Okay, if she could speak again, because I didn't hear it. I didn't understand. So if she could answer the question, I would appreciate it.
Okay, well, respectfully, yes, Ms. Ellis.
Ms. Darby, can you clarify if the question that Councilmember Gamble just asked was previously answered? I just want to challenge the ruling of the Vice Mayor.
So your point of order is particular to my suggesting to Ms. Gamble that Ms. Evans Siegel had just answered those questions that were posed in her previous remarks. She
Correct.
spoke very particularly to, in great detail, what the reasoning was around the washers and the dryers
I
in the
got you.
bathroom.
I just want a second opinion from Ms. Darby.
Okay, so I think what I'm trying to do here is facilitate discussion on the proposed substitute. So I respect and appreciate that Ms. Gamble has this question, but if I keep ping-ponging back and forth of members elevating a question, acknowledging the sponsor to respond, and it's redundant, it does not facilitate
Point of order.
a debate. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Gamble.
I think that's your opinion, that is redundant. I did hear how she talked about Buc-ee's keeping 2 bathrooms, but that's not answering my question as to what is the impetus what is the issue or the problem that is being solved by removing restrooms and gas stations. That's a separate question that has not been addressed, in my opinion.
Okay, I will allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Evans Siegel.
In addition to the small business concerns raised by my colleagues, I would note that it's discriminatory. And we live in a state where we are constantly faced with a state government that is trying to force people into restrooms based on their birth certificate
Ms.
or how
Evans
they were the
Siegel,
moment
address
they were
me,
born.
please, okay?
And as long as we live in a state like that, we have worked really hard as a body to make sure that everybody feels safe in Nashville, and preserving this requirement in gas stations doesn't make people feel safe in Nashville. We use unisex bathrooms here. There are 2 of them, and they work just fine. There's no reason that that shouldn't be available to any business in this city so that any person can feel comfortable using a bathroom. We also just shouldn't double bathroom space unnecessarily, and the code is really clear on bathroom space that's appropriate based on size, and this isn't based in that. That's the problem we're remedying.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gamble. Next in the queue on Ms. Evans Siegel's substitute on first reading is Ms. Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So a few thoughts about the debate that's taken place so far is that there was a question originally about what is the purpose of the washer and dryer hookups. So it's clearly not understood. What was the purpose of the bathrooms? That also is not understood. These are questions that typically get brought up in committee when we have codes present, when we have other departments available. And while we also have debate with the bill's sponsor, so that it's not quite as formal and it's not taking up the time of everybody on the floor. We get those recommendations from committees, and then we come to the floor and we further that dialogue if it's desired, if it's come out of committee with concerns, especially with the votes differently. We're on first reading tonight. It hasn't gone to any committees yet. I would posit to my colleagues that we allow this substitute, which is a housekeeping substitute based on the numbering of the code. I would request I would implore this body to allow this to go through on first reading so that these questions can be answered in detail in committees before second reading, and that any legislative action to defer this, to not substitute this, to further with an additional substitution or an amendment, I would recommend that we save that for second reading. Let's get this through on first reading. Let's answer the questions about why washer and dryer hookups could be changed in single-family homes. Let's talk about why when I'm on the road and I need to use a women's restroom and there's a line of 6 women in front of me and the men's room is vacant, that I can't use the men's room because they're not unisex. Let's talk about somebody whose birth certificate doesn't matter. The state says that their birth certificate has to match their birth sex. Yet they are, and so therefore they are required under the state to use the opposite sex bathroom than what they want to use. And if they use the men's room with their, as a trans person, if our colleague here were to use a men's room, she would be under the scrutiny of, she would be following state law, but she would absolutely be potentially put at danger by using the restroom of the sex with which she is. Not just identifies, but the sex that she is. And so I would say to my colleagues, there's a lot of concerns that you have, and there's concerns that I have as well. Let's get this through first reading. Let's vet those questions in committees at second reading, like we do with almost all legislation on this body. I don't think that there's harm in passing it on first with this housekeeping substitute and then getting it in committee to answer all these questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Parker on the substitute, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the substitute. I am going to try to not be repetitive because I know it's late here and we've been talking about a bill that's on first reading for some time now. Colleagues, we generally don't get in the weeds on culture war issues in this body. We generally do defer to the lead sponsor on first reading on legislation, getting that into the form, as colleagues have expressed, that it's ready for the committee structure to vet. So I would just ask that colleagues please extend the same grace to your colleagues that you would hope that they have, that they would extend to you, and let them get their legislation in the form that they would like to bring it to the committee structure, and you can tear it apart there.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Dreffel, are you seeking to be recognized on the substitute, sir?
Yeah, just very quickly, not to repeat, just two quick questions. I think I wouldn't mind if I had more detail of the elimination of the washer and dryer hookups. It doesn't produce enough information for me to understand. I have a special needs son. There's no way that you can have a place without washers and dryers. The second thing is to understand the restroom and the underlying purpose of both these. So again, I'm not going to repeat. I'd just like to get a lot more information because this doesn't give me a lot. And on first reading, normally we get a little bit more underlying needs behind this. And I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you, President Henderson. I rise in support of the substitute. Okay, I want to rise in support of the substitute amendment to this. And so we move this forward from first reading into the committee. There are a couple of things. And may I ask a question of legal?
You may, if you'll just pose the question to me, then I can recognize Ms. Darby.
Thank you so much, President Henderson. I would love to know, since there's a lot of confusion about the removal of hookups, requirements for washer and dryers, does the substitute, and this may answer colleagues that are currently curious on the floor, but does this language do away with or remove the possibility for washer and dryers?
Ms. Darby, you're recognized.
I haven't had an opportunity to review the language in depth because we normally do that between first reading and second reading, where we will do a deep analysis into the legislation and explain it for everyone. The legislation, excuse me.
And thank you for looking at that, President Henderson. I think this will be really helpful.
It would change the language so that the language that requires them would be removed.
So the language that requires them, and that's what we know at this very moment without it going through. And then you also haven't had an opportunity to vet any other language that would be considered for this bill at ETEL either. Is that correct?
Between first reading and second reading, we do an analysis and present that to the full council prior to the second reading bill and prior to committees.
Well, thank you so much, because that I know this is my first term, so I know other members who are returning are probably more aware than I am that that's the area, which is committee, where we have a lot of these discussions and we have answers to questions. So I'm looking forward to that. And so I really ask folks to please, I know we're up, there may be feelings of folks being upset about lots of legislation, but I applaud the sponsor for being bold, bringing solutions, and I would love the opportunity in committee to hear. I would also like to address specifically bathrooms. I was told not to lift up a comment from the Tennessee Equality Project when looking at this, because this is not how the council typically handles when we talk about when we talk about bathroom uses. But I'm telling you, I think it's absolutely important, and I know I'm over my time.
Yeah.
But
Ms. Gadd, your time has expired.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Huffman, are you seeking to be recognized on Ms. Evans Siegel's substitute?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So on this item and others that are going to come after it, I ask my colleagues to please, for the love of God, put aside personal grievances here and let's let this go through the legislative process.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Ms. Porterfield, are you seeking to be recognized on the merits of the passage of the substitute? Okay, you're recognized.
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you. I stand in support of the substitute. I would love to see this go to second reading so that we have the opportunity to properly vet it in committee. And I would like to yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Gadd if she would like to finish her thought.
Okay, Ms. Gadd.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Porterfield. The only thing I wanted to say is that this is a place that I am learning that we can be civil to each other and have discourse. And some of that happens, or most all of that should happen in the committee process. That's why we have it. One thing specifically on the bathrooms, why that is incredibly important, and what the substitute also does is actually ensures what it's my understanding this council in the past has done, which is to ensure that we are able to have bathrooms that folks can attend, that has the option of being unisex, and that we don't have to attend bathrooms specifically that our sex at birth is assigned to. There's also, so I was encouraged to make sure we not make that an issue with some of the other proposed amendments that were coming forward that had actually set us back. And I, because I respect the body, to assume good intent by some of the other movements with the amendments. I really hope that we can move this forward, and I can actually hear something from our colleagues in committees, and we not, at least in that area, accept the current, accept this substitute, where we can actually respect the identity of folks in our community and provide some kind of safe space. So thank you, Councilwoman Porterfield, for lending your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gadd. Ms. Weiner, are you seeking to be recognized on the substitute itself? The motion to substitute is what is before us.
Yes.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
We'll just bring up a couple of things. You know, we may be fixing issues that are broken, and we may be improving on situations that exist. I continue to have a preference to wait until the recommended studies that are being completed are complete. That way we make our decisions based on comprehensive information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. Mr. Cash on the motion to substitute. Okay. Mr. Cash has called the previous question. Is that seconded? Okay. If you are in favor of the previous question, that means you want to end debate on the motion to substitute and move ahead with the motion to substitute, okay? If you want to continue debate on this substitute, then you would vote no. Okay, all in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, that sounds like a singular vote. So the motion, the motion to call the previous question prevails, and then so we will now move straight to the vote on the motion to substitute. Mr. Clerk, let's just go on the machine for this one, please. So this is the motion to substitute made by Ms. Evans Siegel. It is on her bill on first reading. So this is just to put the substitute on the bill, colleagues, for or against in that regard, not on the bill itself. Okay, all votes are in. Please close the machine and show the vote. Okay, the substitute is now on the bill. Okay, the motion passes. So Ms. Evans Siegel, it's back to you for a motion on your bill as substituted.
I would move to approve as substituted.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on approval of the bill as substituted? No, we're discussing her, okay, let's see. So we have moved the bill as substituted, and then I think I was calling for discussion on the bill as substituted, right? So that's where we are. So your question is if, for purposes of discussion of the bill as substituted, if you were to be recognized, would that be a prevailing motion relative to your substitute, or do we have to take a vote first on Ms. Evans Siegel's bill as substituted? No, ma'am. We put the substitute on the bill. Okay, and so now the bill has been substituted and there is a motion on her bill as substituted. That's what we're discussing now. I understand that you also have a proposed substitute. So, Ms. Darby, to this point of order, where we are, as I understand it, is Ms. Evans Siegel's motion to substitute her bill has prevailed. We are now on the bill as substituted. She has made a motion. It has been properly seconded, and I have called for discussion on that purpose. Are we out of order, Ms. Darby? Could you please say that in the mic, Ms. Darby?
No, that is not out of order. That is an appropriate order. And if the second substitute sponsor wishes to move that substitute, then the sponsor can be recognized and have the substitute moved.
Okay. So if you want to get into the queue in that regard, you may do so, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Okay. I have been up here for several hours. If my mouth gets dry sometimes, Ms. Johnston, maybe I don't pronounce a word quite right. We have been colleagues for 8 years. I know how to say your name. No, ma'am. Seriously? What is your point of order? I am expressing an apology to Ms. Johnston because I mispronounced her name because my lip got stuck on my dry tooth, Miss Ellis. When she called me out for mispronouncing her name, you've expressed your opinion, Ms. Ellis, and I've heard it, okay? I hear your opinion. I don't hear a point of order in there. Okay, we are on the bill as substituted on first reading. Ms. Sepulveda is next in the queue to be recognized. Okay, stop. Do not be clapping in the gallery. Stop clapping. Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Very good, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure we were on the vote.
We're not on a vote. We're on discussion of this bill that is on first reading and has been substituted with Ms. Evans Siegel's substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do want to rise in support of this legislation. Wanted to speak from personal experience as far as washer and dryer hookups. I personally live and rent at an apartment that does not have a washer or dryer hookup, and I'm just fine, right? I go to the local laundromat every Sunday and do community there, and I'm perfectly fine. That allows me to live in my district and pay a much lower rent. And I think that is the same experience that many people in my part of town have. Not a lot of people have this access, and a lot of us make it work. Would it be great? Yes. Does that mean that there's the potential for higher rent? Yes. And so I chose to pick a unit that did not have this hookup to make sure I could afford to live. Because from my experience, I do live paycheck to paycheck, just like many Nashvillians. As far as the restroom question that has been posed, my main concern is making sure that these restrooms are clean when I go use them. And that's all I care about. Someone who is OCD, that is all I care about.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't even go in the restroom once I open the door because I look at the conditions. I just want a clean bathroom. And so I rise in support. I would encourage everyone to vote on first reading. Again, this is first reading, and hopefully we could have a most robust discussion in committee. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Mayor, previous question.
Okay, Ms. Benedict has called the previous question. Is there a second? Okay, this is a non-debatable motion. If you wish to end debate on this bill on first reading as substituted, you would vote yes in favor of calling the question. If you wish to continue debate, you would vote no. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no on the previous question? Okay, so we will now move to the vote. That ends discussion. So what is before you is BL 2024-182 as substituted, sponsor Evans Siegel. And I presume we're going to have some no votes. So Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With all votes in, please close the machine and show the vote. Okay, the motion passes on first reading as substituted. Yes, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to, and I don't know how I'm supposed to do this, whether it's a motion, whether it's an ask, but I'd like to ask for a 10-minute recess.
Ms. Suara, let's do that 5 minutes, okay?
5 minutes, okay. We'll
Okay.
take 5 minutes.
We're going to take a break for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Tanya's gone. We're good. It was a line for the
Okay. Everybody's taking a deep breath. Going to come back to order. And we're going to stay in order. Okay. So we are now on agenda item 61, Ordinance BL 2024-185, sponsors Evans, Siegel, Horton, Welsh, Cupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, and Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Section 6.28.030, Section 13.12.110, and Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County relative to the creation of the residential scale multifamily residential use, all of which is more particularly described herein. Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized on your bill.
Withdraw.
Thank you. Done. Okay, agenda item 62. Ordinance BL 2024-186, sponsors Evans, Siegel, Horton, Welsh, Cupin, Sepulveda, Benedict, and Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, to add the two-family use as a conditionally permitted use to the RS and RSA zoning districts, and amend the conditions for the two-family use in the AG, AR2A, or RA zoning districts, all of which is more particularly described herein. Ms. Evans Siegel, you are recognized on your bill.
Withdraw.
Thank you. Withdrawn. Okay. So items 62 and 61, these are legislative items 185 and 186, just for clarification to the public, have been withdrawn. Okay, next is agenda item 63. This is ordinance BL 2024-187. Sponsors Horton, Evans, Siegel, Vo, Benedict, Huffman, Welsh, Sepulveda, Cupin, Cortez, Bradford, and Spain. This is an ordinance amending section 17.08.030 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to change the single-family, two-family, and multifamily uses from being permitted conditionally to being permitted by right in the CS commercial service, CSNS commercial service, no short-term rental, CSA commercial services alternative, and CSANS commercial service alternative, no short-term rental zoning districts. Mr. Horton, it's to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to defer this to a date certain, or move to defer this to a date certain on May 7th.
Okay. There is a motion to defer first reading of this bill to the meeting of May 7th. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on that deferral motion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Okay. Is that just one person voting no? Okay. In that regard, since it's first reading and we're on a deferral, Mr. Clerk, would you just record Ms. Stiles as a no vote on the deferral? And so the deferral passes, Mr. Horton. This bill will be back on first reading on May 7th. Okay. Okay. Next on first reading is agenda item 96, BL 2024-333, sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R8 to RM15A zoning for property located at 6307 Robertson Avenue, approximately 271 feet west of Crowley Drive, 0.46 acres, all of which is described herein. Mr. Horton, it's to you, sir.
Thank you. I would like to move the substitute, please.
Okay. Let's first, Mr. Horton, get the bill before us. So if you would please move approval.
I would like to move for approval, please.
Okay. Mr. Horton has moved approval. Is there a second? Okay. Now, Mr. Horton, you can move your substitute.
I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay. Can you give us a brief explanation of what it does?
This is a clerical error to match what was approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay. With a motion to substitute properly seconded and a description from Mr. Horton as to the substitute, is there any discussion on this substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, so Mr. Horton, it's back to you on your bill as substituted.
I'd like to move the bill for approval as substituted, please.
Okay, Mr. Horton has moved approval as substituted on first reading of BL 2024-333. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Horton, this has been substituted and passed on first reading. Okay. That mercifully concludes the first reading items. So, okay, we can clap for that. That's okay. I will allow it. Okay, so now we are on bills on second reading that were not on consent. And so the first among those is agenda item 97, BL 2024-254, sponsors Hancock, Huffman, Horton, Webb, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 15 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to infrastructure investment for off-site construction. Ms. Hancock, I believe you need to ask for, I don't see Ms. Hancock. Mr. Huffman, okay? We're seeking committee reports, I believe, here, sir.
Yep, thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Yep, Budget and Finance, Ms. Porterfield, this is on Ms. Hancock's Bill 254.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. Mr. Parker, Chair Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 10 in favor and 0 against.
Okay. All right. That is all the committee reports. I think it's back to Mr. Huffman, but it's deferred by rule, actually. Okay, so with the committee reports in and a recommendation of a deferral, we are deferred by rule. Okay.
Point of order real quick on that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Do I have to do anything in regards to the amendment, or was that already went through committee? I was given bad advice.
Ms. Darby, would you want to speak to that?
The amendment has been considered by the committee, but it will still need to be moved on the floor once the matter is back before us after the deferral.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Continuing with bills on second reading, agenda item 98, ordinance BL 2024-254, sponsors Coupin, Porterfield, Gamble, Parker, and Huffman. This is an ordinance declaring surplus certain real property and authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of a master development agreement and ground lease agreements related thereto, an amended and restated site coordination agreement, a campus operations and use agreement, a declaration, and other documents and agreements relating to the development of a portion of the East Bank Stadium campus. Mr. Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
I believe I would like committee reports, please.
Okie dokes. Let's see. First, to Budget and Finance. Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered the first 3 amendments and voted 13 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. On the 4th amendment, we voted 12 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And the bill as amended was approved 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, appreciate that. Chair Gamble for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning reviewed or considered the bill with Amendment 1, voted in favor, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 2, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 3, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Amendment 4, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And the committee recommended approval on the bill as amended with all 4 amendments, 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gamble. Chair Parker, you're recognized for the report of Transportation and Infrastructure, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered amendments 1 through 4. We recommended approval of all of those, 10 in favor, 0 against. And then we considered the bill as amended, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Okay, that's all committee reports in, Mr. Coopin, so it is back to you, sir. And then, Ms. Darby, will we need to take each amendment separately for a separate vote? Okay, so we'll have to move each of those amendments separately, sir.
Then I would like to please move Amendment 1.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I think, Mr. Coopin, we've had a lot of committee discussion on this. I usually afford people the opportunity to explain the amendment, but that's at your discretion, sir.
I'll give the 15-second condensed version of this, maybe 30 seconds, we'll time it. But this is the administrative amendment with a lot of different clarifications, some things that were needed to be drafted previously. One point I do want to make, because it was brought up extensively earlier with the individuals who came and spoke for the indigenous people, is that we did add a section about archaeological studies being done on the East Bank to make sure that we understand that if there's anything of archaeological significance there, it is addressed, and I appreciate the fact that that was actually brought by the administration originally, something that I came in and advocated for and quickly learned was already part of the deal. So a number of different clarifications and points that are being brought from an administrative standpoint, and I'm very supportive of amendment number 1.
Okay, you've heard a description from Mr. Coopin. It's properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on amendment 1? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or any abstaining? Oh, Ms. Kimbrough, are you a no? Okay. Mr. Clerk, seeing only one no vote, would you please record Ms. Kimbrough as a no vote on Amendment 1? Okay, Mr. Coopin, it is back to you for your next amendment, and or I don't know if there are friendly amendments among them. Like, do you want to move all these amendments, or how have you organized with the other amendment sponsors? What do you want to do?
I would love to defer to the people that propose the amendments if they'd like to speak on it. So I believe this is Ms. Porterfield.
Okay, Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized for Amendment 2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval with a brief explanation.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Colleagues, I do ask for your support. This is considered a friendly amendment, and it does have the support of the administration. Basically, what this does is it includes an affirmative marketing plan. Many times, the people who are most vulnerable and who need the affordable housing the most don't always have access to knowing about some of the things that are available for them. They may not be following council members, or they may not know how to get this information. So this affirmative marketing plan means that at a minimum, they have to do outreach to community organizations that serve diverse populations, advertising and media outlets that target diverse audiences. With respect to the income restricted residential buildings, inclusive language and advertising materials, the Section 8 housing vouchers or other forms of rental assistance are acceptable forms of payment. Also, regular training for staff on fair housing principles and practices. Also, another thing that's important to highlight is the limitations on rent adjustment, and that is that the applicable tenant cannot adjust the rent of tenants during the term of their lease, which is something that we've heard from individuals now that have been struggling with affordable housing. Sometimes their rent goes up during the course of their lease, and this would make sure that doesn't happen. So with that, I would ask that my colleagues support.
Okay. You've heard an explanation from Ms. Porterfield about her amendment, which is properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on Ms. Porterfield's amendment? Seeing, Ms. Kimbrough, go ahead. You're recognized on this amendment.
Yes, I just thought I needed to clarify this. I'm going to oppose every amendment because not the amendment is bad in of itself, but it's attached to the underlying bill. So for that reason, I'm opposing all of them as well as the bill. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if you would like, you can also then maybe you can abstain on the amendments and then just vote no on the bill as amended at the end, which is an option. But you're welcome to vote no on all the amendments if you choose. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion on Amendment 2? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Ms. Kimbrough, a no. Any other no's? Any abstentions? Okay. Amendment 2 is now on the bill. Okay. Mr. Coupin, you are the lead sponsor. Do you want me to acknowledge here Mr. Parker for Amendment 3?
I would appreciate the acknowledgement of the
Okay.
East Bank Chair Parker.
All right. Chair Parker, you're recognized, sir, on Amendment 3.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Vice Chair of the East Bank Committee. Councilman Coupin, so I'll move Amendment 3. Amendment 3, brief explanation. It does really 3 things. It codifies our commitment to building complete and safe streets on the East Bank. It sets a floor of minimum floor of 15% of the affordable units being 2 and 3 bedroom or family suitable units. And the rest of the things it does is bolster the workforce development and labor aspects of the agreement. So I'll go with the short version and ask for y'all's support.
Great. Okay. You have heard an explanation of Amendment 3. Did you move that amendment? Okay. Okay. Okay, got it. So properly moved and seconded with an explanation. Is there any discussion on Amendment 3? Ms. Kimbrough, you're still in the queue, but that's from before. Is that correct? Okay. Got it. No problem there. Just want to make sure. Okay, seeing no further discussion on Amendment 3, all in favor, please say aye. Anybody voting no? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough's recorded as no. Anyone else voting no? Any abstentions? Okay, Amendment 3 is on the bill. Okay, next we have Amendment 4. Mr. Coupin, you want to acknowledge? Okay, we'll acknowledge Ms. Swara on her Amendment 4. Ms. Swara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move Amendment 4 with a brief explanation as well.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Thank you. So Amendment 4 stems from all the conversations about childcare. One of the things that the kids spoke about today was also childcare, the need for childcare. And I know a lot of the organizations were talking about a sliding scale fee so that people that live in there can also be able to have it. But during that discussion, one of the things that came to light is that since we do not have a operator yet, we really cannot have any discussion as it relates to childcare for sliding scale. This particular amendment is talking about making sure that when we do have an operator, that we make sure that we set aside, so to speak, a certain part of the daycare for people that live in the neighborhood. What we don't want is to have a daycare that is in a very, in an area where everybody wants close to everything, and then people downtown gets to use it all up, and the people in the area does not have access to it. And so again, it's not codified. It's a friendly amendment to say that Fallon is willing to allow us to have that conversation once they have an operator, so that we can talk about what we would need from an operator to make sure that all of this is brought up. So with that, I move that amendment.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. You've heard an explanation from Ms. Swara. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 4? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of Amendment 4, please say aye. Any voting no? Ms. Kimbrough will be recorded as a no. Any abstaining? Okay, Amendment 4 is on the bill. So it's back to you, Mr. Coupin. Amendments 1, 2, 3, and 4 are on your bill. So I need a motion on the bill as amended, please, sir.
I would like to move approval with a brief comment. Move approval as amended with a brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
So it's really been an honor to carry this legislation, but want to say I'm carrying really the hard work of so many others. Before I get into kind of what I wanted to say earlier, I do want to address some of the comments that were made at public comment earlier from the indigenous folks and groups that I've had a number of meetings with, and their frustration is understandable. I believe it really stems from, you know, multiple large periods of time of feeling underrepresented and disenfranchised by political bodies and by leadership, and not just this body, but just, you know, this history goes very far back, and it's bigger than this deal and bigger than what we're working on. So I appreciate them coming and speaking. And obviously, it was not the most flattering commentary, but I think it's important to hear and to acknowledge that we have done work. We've got an archaeology study that is part of this deal. We've addressed some of their concerns around signage with the Nashville Sound Stadium. I've kind of helped them find ways to advocate for what they're looking for with different council members. and even spoke as recently today with the folks working on the TPAC deal to make sure that Indigenous voices are considered and recognized at the new TPAC campus. So just want to make sure that that's coming across, that we are working, we are trying to do our best. I'm not perfect by any means, but we'll always try, and we'll continue to try to advocate for the voices that are struggling to be heard through deals like that. But that being said, I do feel like that this deal, as my colleague on the East Bank Committee referred to it as refreshing, had a lot of this already baked in. We've got 99-year affordability, inclusion of daycare, commitment of Fallon for worker safety. So, and some great amendments from my council colleagues that I very much appreciate. So huge thank yous to Mayor Freddie O'Connell, Bob Mendez, Anna Grider, the whole East Bank Committee, the Fallon team with Brian and Ben and Trail and Richard, Mayor's Office Planning, and Metro's Finance, Legal, so much more. Lucy Kemp, Ben York, Mark Sturdivant, Tom Cross, Jeff Oldham, Kevin Crumbo, Diana Alarcon. I could be here all night thanking people. I'd like to thank the Academy, just kidding. Like to thank my mom. And then of course, Mayor Cooper and his admin for starting this process. So again, don't want to keep you all night. I know we're getting late here, but really appreciate everyone that's worked on this process. Hopefully this passes on consent on third. So this is kind of our opportunity to talk about it. And again, I really hope that this deal is a by Nashville and for Nashville and shows us how we can make deals going forward. And with that, I would like to move approval.
Okay, so Mr. Coopin has renewed his motion for approval of the bill as amended. Are those folks in the queue seeking to discuss this bill? Yep, okay. Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm going to do my best to not repeat anything that the lead sponsor said. I just wanted to speak to a couple of process points that I think have led to this being successful legislation. The continuation of the East Bank Committee, and thank you for doing that. The administration's willingness to come to us early in the process and let us know where they were headed, to get feedback and to be responsive to that feedback. That's something that I haven't seen in past things that have happened in this city to that degree. Appreciate the work of the East Bank Committee, the lead sponsor of the legislation, working with the committee to get the timing right so that we could have all the meetings that we felt we needed to have and take as close a look as we felt we needed to have at this. I think it all contributed to a much better product, and I just appreciate everybody who's put work into this, including the community members who have engaged with us, come to meetings, given us feedback. I think it's all part of what made this a successful proposal, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Coopin. Of course, wonderful to thank everyone that got the work on the Invisible City going. I did want to piggyback a bit on what Councilmember Coopin said in regards to the Indigenous group. When we first started talking about this in our last term, it wasn't something that we really had at the forefront of our mind, and to hear the group come out tonight with so many concerns, I think we learned from the Titan Stadium deal that what we want, we have to put on paper. So we heard them tonight, and it's not in this particular deal that's in front of us. But as we move forward, and as I understand from Councilmember Coopin, talking about a phase 2, when that comes up, we need to be sure that that is baked into phase 2. So no one has to come out and ask us to do the right thing. We do the right thing from the very beginning of phase 2 and make sure that this group gets some acknowledgement, and they do deserve that. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Councilwoman Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually have a question for the administration, if I may.
Sure, if you'll pose your question and we'll recognize them. Go ahead.
This also refers to the Indigenous people, and I'm just wondering, because of the history on the site, it would be really wonderful to have some sort of acknowledgement of that history and the history of the Indigenous population that has been so important to the development of Nashville. So I really wanted to ask if right now, if there was anything in the current documents that might allow for some sort of acknowledgement of that here in phase 1. Is there anything currently in the documents?
Okay, Mr. Mendez, you're recognized for the administration.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Thanks, Council Member. In the current documents, the recognition that exists is to do something that we haven't done before, which is to have a phase 1 archaeological review. And at least in the 8 years that I was in the council, I don't remember that being part of it, any deal we did. And the point there is to make sure that there is an appropriate look around the property before high-rise buildings go in to make sure we know what's there or not. So we've got that in the agreement, and completely agree with Councilmember Stiles that as this project unfolds over the course of 5, 10, 20 years, once we get to the point where there's a riverfront green space, once the railroad tracks are gone, these things are going to take a while, but it is the administration's intention that once we actually have a neighborhood there rather than a series of parking lots, that there is an appropriate recognition. It's not a thing that we can commit exactly what it's going to be right now because it's so early in the process. But I do promise that we'll continue to look at what we can do. And if we can figure out a way to at least document the intention, we'll do that, Councilmember.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much because I feel like it would be very important for us if we could make some sort of acknowledgement in this first phase that we can build on as we move forward. So if we could see something before third, that would be really, really wonderful.
We'll keep taking a look at that, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welsh. Thank you, Mr. Mendez. Okay, Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief. On this particular bill, I want to encourage all of my colleagues to support this for one reason. This is a bill that the workers win. How cool is that? Rank and file union members. For the first time in a long time, union workers are going to win here. And that's because of the hard work of the good folks at LaUna and Fallon and Mr. Mendez. Thank you, sir, for all of your work for that. In this state, where unions typically have boots on their neck constantly, every day, they're going to be guaranteed worker safety. They're going to be guaranteed fair wages. They're going to be guaranteed safe working conditions. That is something that this city can be really proud of for us to move on tonight. So I encourage everybody to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Ms. Fulpida, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will be supporting this legislation, and I want to give a quick shout out to my paisano at the front table, Councilmember Mendez, for all his hard work. I also want to shout out LaUna and the Fallon Group on this historic win for workers, as my colleague was saying. In a state that has preempted us on local hires, certified payroll, mandatory heat breaks, mandatory contracts with subcontractors, and on and on and on, we were able to find a solution that was going to protect our workers. LaUna and Fallon have had a long history of working together, and now they're going to get to work together here in Nashville on one of the biggest public development projects in the country. And this is going to include wage theft reporting in multiple languages, prioritizing contractors with track records in regards to worker safety, one-time pay and health benefits, using registered apprenticeship programs like the MC3, living wage floor, mandatory pay verification for subcontractors, public dashboard showing engagement with women and minority-owned businesses, and so much more. And LaUna has some of the most skilled workers that have OSHA and EPA and other regulatory standards. And I don't know if Mr. Link is still here. I don't think he is. I have sat in living rooms with that man when workers have died. And we have been working on finding solutions for a very long time. And now we're finally going to be able to put something in writing and put it in front of us to be a standard going forward. And I would encourage us not to approve projects unless these standards are in place. There are two people that couldn't see this happen. And that is Gustavo Ramirez, who was 16 years old when he died, and Dennis Giovanni Bache, who was 20, who died on just at the end of last year. And so let this be a testament going forward that we're going to continue to fight for workers, and we're going to do everything in our power to push for better, even though the state will always push for what's wrong when it comes to doing right by the workers. But the city of Nashville, the Fallon Group, LiUNA, they did not. They did what was right by the workers.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Mr. Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this legislation and this project. I have a quick question for the administration. We received some remarks during the public comment period about the presence of anti-BDS language in the agreements, and wanted to ask if my understanding is that this language is legally required in the state of Tennessee. I was wondering if the administration could comment on that and what the source of that language is.
Thank you, Mr. Horton, for the question. Mr. Mendez, you're recognized for the administration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks, Council Member. There is a Tennessee Code section, I don't know what the exact citation is, that lays out what municipalities, cities can do and not do on a whole range of things, as you all know. And one of them is that prohibits for certain types of contracts, cities like the city of Nashville from doing business with entities that are boycotting Israel. That's what state law is. And so that language is referenced in 2 places in the form lease that is being approved as an exhibit today. And that basically says that once buildings are developed and they're leased out, if Fallon, so this is, we're contemplating years down the road, if Fallon were to transfer the lease rights to another party, then we have a whole list of people that they are not allowed to transfer it to. And because of the state law, they wouldn't be allowed to transfer it to parties that boycott Israel. So this is a thing that we, like a lot of things we all learn to live with from state law. Some we like, some we don't like, but that's what the state law is, and that's how it works in the agreement.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification, Mr. Mendez, and the question, Mr. Horton. Councilwoman Suara, Madam Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm so tired from being with the kids all day, but I wanted to be here because oftentimes when things are not done right, we spend a lot of time talking about what is wrong. And when things are right, we should give people their flowers. And I want you all to just applaud Mr. Mendez and the administration. When I got the bill, like many of you, we saw all the attachments. And oftentimes when we get bills like that, we're supposed to vote on it immediately. The first thing that was done right was giving us the time to look at it by being deferred. That allows us to take a lot of look at it. The other thing that was done right was that Fallon actually met with many of us from the very first stage and asked us what our concerns were. I don't remember any time that a bill is being put together that I, as a council person, has been invited to be a part of that conversation. Then when I took my whole weekend reading all the exhibit and I made my note and I had so many questions, I was so sure there were so many things wrong that I found, like I'm going to see this and this. And I walk on to Mr. Mendez, and every issue that I raise is already addressed. Maybe I didn't see it right or I misunderstood it. And every question was basically answered. I even asked Bob, what is it that, I'm missing here? And that was how good it is. That's why you did not have a lot of pushback. That's why it's been so smooth. And that's the way the business should be done. As somebody who voted for the Titans bill last year, it was very important for me that when this project moves forward, that it actually benefits Nashvillians. When I met with Fallon, my thing was I want union there. I want to make sure that people that are building are actually benefiting from it. And even Ethan was like, don't worry about it. We talk about contractors. We remember last year when subcontractors would do things and the main contractors, we said it's their fault and not their fault. This actually even covered that. I mean, anything that we can think of that we've had in the past was actually addressed. Now, I'm not going to say it's a perfect bill because I think we could have made more money on rent. And I'm still looking at Brian back there. to see if you give us some more money. Jokes aside. So I wanted to say this is a really refreshing process. This is a very thorough negotiation. This is something that works for Nashvilleian. And I ask all of you, anyway, there should be no reason now to support it. But I just wanted to congratulate you and say a job well done, and thank you. This is how we build trust in government. This is how people know that we're working together. And when people put something before you, you know that's a good deal. This is a good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Mr. Prepti, you're recognized, sir. Oh, hang on. Go ahead now.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to very quickly echo a lot of what's been said. Thank you to everybody who's worked so diligently on this. And as a way of paying it forward to the administration, just going to provide the citation to the Tennessee Code annotated. So for the watching public who are concerned, the Tennessee Code section is Tennessee Code annotated 124119B. But also what I want to say is really thanking the members of civil society that have engaged in this process and making sure that this is something that truly is geared towards the benefit of Nashville and Nashvillians, to the people who literally with their hands built this city and made it what it is. This is a deal, and the agreements that have been put in place are really foundational to making sure that we are truly, in my opinion, for one of the first times in a while, putting those people first who have made Nashville what it is. So I am excited to be able to sing the praises of Leluna and Fallon for putting in that work, for putting those people first, and making sure that we are doing right by our citizens and by the people who make Nashville what it is. So again, I rise in support of this, and I'm so proud to be able to be joined by so many of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prepti. Ms. Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll be super brief. I just want to say what an honor it is to stand here and vote yes. As a previous card-carrying, dues-paying member for 20-plus years of LIUNA, it is an honor to vote yes. I ask you all to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay. Not seeing any further discussion on this bill as amended with amendments 1, 2, 3, 4 on, properly moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, Ms. Kimbrough is a no. Any abstaining? Okay, this bill passes on second reading. Okay. Agenda item 99, ordinance BL 2024-290 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.196 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding lobbying. Sponsor Evans. Ms. Evans, Chair Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. It's just about to get good.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like committee reports, please.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Sepulveda, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. All righty. And
I'd like to move a 1 meeting deferral.
yes, as such, it's deferred by rule. It's
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Agenda item 102, ordinance BL 2024-293, sponsors Evans, Porterfield, Vaux, and Ewing. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 15.64 and Chapter 16.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to restrict fences in the floodway and floodplain and to require a fence permit for all fences to be constructed within Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like committee reports, please.
Okay. First to Chair Bradford, Government Operations and Regulations, sir.
Government Ops, we voted to defer, we voted for the amendment, 6 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting, and then voted to defer 2 meetings, 7 in favor, none against, 1 not voting.
Okay, so to defer the bill as amended 2 meetings. Okay. Okey dokes. And Mr. Parker, Chair Parker, Transportation Infrastructure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered the amendment, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, and then recommended a deferral of one meeting, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, so that was a one meeting, okay. Okay, Ms. Evans, it's back to you.
Yes, I would like to move to suspend the rules to consider a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. I'd
Evans.
like to move a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Okay, do you want to address your amendment at this time, later?
I would be happy to address it right now.
Okay.
Or not. I'm flexible.
You know what? Let's just do that 2-meeting deferral.
That
and-
works.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay. Is there any discussion on Chair Evans's 2-meeting deferral for this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of a 2-meeting deferral, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstentions? Okay, your bill is deferred 2 meetings, and we will look forward to hearing about your amendment at that time. Okay. Okay. Ooh. We're almost there, y'all. Okay, agenda item 121, ordinance BL 2024-268, sponsors Bradford, Gamble, and Parker. This is an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and to accept new public water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 1 Terminal Drive, also known as BNATARI. This is a Metro Water Service project. All committee reports are in. Mr. Bradford, you're recognized, sir.
I believe with all committee reports in, I'll move for approval, but I would like to be marked as a no vote, which will probably send us to the board.
Okay, yeah, we have to go on the board because it's a third reading of an ordinance. So let's see. So have you moved and seconded? Okay, great. Is there any discussion on this matter? Any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machines so we can record the vote. Bless you. Okay, with all votes in, please close the machines and show the vote. This motion passes 31 yes, 3 no, 0 abstentions. Our next meeting will be April 16th. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, we are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.